together identified the better solutions for working together. But also we want to highlight something in particular that we learned in our last visit to Salle University College, the regional hub for Africa, where we could see what the Jesuits' inspiration would say we want to see in our students once they become professionals, their commitment with the community. And this is what we could see with former students when they became professional, how they were already working in NGOs, in different organizations, trying to make the difference in their community, putting into practice what they have learned. We are lucky to have Tommy. You can see him in the picture in the top right with the Mirror of Hope organization that he has developed. You will be able to listen to his story later, and he's just one of many examples of how students who were committed on service learning during their academic studies, when they become professionals, they can also make their own transformations. But there are other opportunities in which we can address the community, not only going out to identify what is already being done in the different organizations, but how we can sit and work together, how we can invite them, as we could see in Portugal, in the Catholic University of Portugal, or in Deusto, in meaningful exchange of the different organizations of how we can work together from the university with the organizations. Or the very interesting project that I would recommend for you to learn more about the CESU program, the Stakeholder Engagement Scholarship Unit, where NGOs are invited to address their research needs to the university to work together. So here is how we can also integrate meaningful research with service learning, where students can learn about this, but working along addressing the concrete needs of the community. So how do we encounter with the community? How we can identify ourselves by meeting the other in the community. We don't want to conform to what is stated. We want to learn, we want to teach, we want to serve with others in these service learning initiatives. We want to have, as even Richard Ross was mentioning at the beginning, and Pope Francis mentioned, we have to have the courage to train the individuals who are ready to offer ourselves in service to the community. And we can promote that from our courses, from the service learning projects. But what we can also do is to promote their spiritual reflection, their spiritual transformation, not only at the individual level in our students, challenging them, meeting the other, challenging them how you can address and learn and have empathy with the others, but also at the institutional level. We can have meaningful experiences from our students, as one of Andres joined us from one of the courses at the Catholic University of Buenos Aires, where one of his students was sharing that at the end of the course that she was surprised to find spirituality, to discover faith through the least expected place, a faculty subject. And I wonder why a course at a Catholic university should be an unexpected place to find faith. I also want to share other opportunities to integrate the spiritual reflection. This is a picture of a course in the Catholic University of Ukraine, where within the war, they decided in a course developed by the theology and philosophy faculties to develop many interviews with soldiers, volunteers, paramedics, to reflect on what makes us human. Within the war, where are the values? Where is the human perspective? And these are the kind of reflections that, apart from committing in the accompaniment from the psychology department of all the refugees, or from to providing legal advice for those who need while bombs were coming around the university. We could see how an institution that is really committed in service learning can address many opportunities from many perspectives. And one of the stories that also Uniservitate brought was not only from the institutional perspective, but from the regional perspective. In the picture that I have shared from the Zoom meeting, you can see that the team from the Central and Eastern Europe and Middle East Hub could also integrate someone who had to leave Ukraine and now is part of the Eichstätt Catholic University team. So this is part of the global community that we are planning to address. Or for instance, you know that in Nicaragua, the Jesuits were expelled from their country. So you can see how before the university was taken, they had to remove, they decided to preserve the images from the church. And after a few weeks, we could see a student from that university that had been received by Deusto University, an engineering student, to be able to keep up with their studies in Spain. So this is a kind of international and global collaboration that we want to promote for universities that are committed for service learning at every level, not in the personal one, but at every level. And this is a quote that we have from the Bethlehem University in Palestine, that even though the situation that they are going through, they continue to teach life, the life for the fullest, the life for the best. So we need to work on the integration of our university. We need to integrate the learning, the service, the research, and take the most of this Bibinka model that we have learned from this university, where we can lead the fire from the four corners, from top, from above, from the sides, from the organizations, from the team, to be able to address the meaningful needs that we are still doing, but with the commitment of all of us and going to the basics and the golden rule that Nieves was mentioning at the beginning, to be able to focus on this, love to each other, and having this wonderful opportunity of this global approach to make with our united hands a change of union stronger than any change of war. So thank you, and let's keep up with this service learning spirit and this global initiative of Uniservitate. Salamat.
Maraming salamat. Thank you very much, Ms. Maria Rosa. You know, as someone who is not very well versed with the service learning, but has been curious and interested about it, I've tried to integrate it in my subject in the senior high school, in the basic education. I believe that is just an introduction of what service learning is, but it already gave me a new perspective of what the framework is about. As you have mentioned, it's not merely an addition, a flavor, or a practice, but it could be a system. I can say it could also be your teaching philosophy, teaching service to our dear students. Once again, thank you very much, Ms. Maria Rosa, for that. And I believe our participants are equally inspired by that insightful presentation and may have some questions or reactions that they would like to share. So at this point, we will be accommodating 2 to 3 questions from our participants. You may send your questions via the Mentimeter. You can see the QR code on your screen. And we also have some ushers carrying an image of the QR code to help you access the link. We'll be waiting for the questions on Mentimeter. As we wait for the response, maybe I can now take the opportunity, as I am really curious and interested about the service learning. Ms. Maria Rosa, I believe the program of Uniservitate is focused on college students to higher educational institution. In our case, I am from the high school. I am from the integrated school. How do you see service learning applied and practiced in the basic education?
Well, thank you for the question, because in Uniservitate we are focusing on higher education, but service learning can be developed from kindergarten students to, K-12, through K-12, through middle education, higher school. And I think it's wonderful for every age that they had identified how much they can learn and serve to their community according to their age. And for the integral education for students at every level, it's key to promote this kind of pedagogy, because we have seen many higher education students that also help them identify their future. They help them identify why they are studying in an age that sometimes is kind of difficult to identify a meaningful motivation to keep up with their studies, or to identify what they can become, what they want to become, and how much they can do with others. So it also helps their autoesteem in a key moment of their formation. So we invite you to share or to look for bibliography in CLAYSS. We have a lot of resources with meaningful experiences on how service learning is developed at every level.
That would be interesting. And actually, we are also thankful for our institution, the DLSU, for also giving us capacity training, formation activities in relation to service learning. And we hope that in the next Global Symposium, we'll be also able to share our practices in the basic education in terms of the service learning. Thank you for that, Ms. Maria Rosa. Let me check if we have questions on our Mentimeter. If there is none, I believe we can now proceed to the next part of our program. And this time, we are going to have a break. So once again, if you have questions or inquiries that you were not able to send to Mentimeter, Ms. Maria Rosa will be here on site. I believe she will be happy to accommodate your questions. You may approach her anytime or during our breaks to discuss some of your questions or insights about the service learning. So once again, a round of applause to our plenary speaker, Ms. Maria Rosa Tapia. Thank you. Before we proceed to the next part of our program, we will be pausing for a 20-minute coffee break. The coffee is available at the back of the room. When we return, we will have our first panel discussion, which will also be held here at the plenary hall. See you in a bit. Dear participants, while on a break, you might want to visit the booths from our partner communities. They are selling products and they are available at the lobby of this venue. Thank you. Dear participants, I hope that you are enjoying your coffee break. Please be advised that we will be resuming our program in 5 minutes. Once again, we will resume our program in 5 minutes. Thank you. Dear participants, I invite you to return to your seats and settle down as we continue our morning session. Forgive me to interrupt your coffee break, but we would like to request everyone to return to our seats as we resume our morning session. Thank you very much. We would also like to request once again Ms. Maria Rosa Tapia to join us in the presidential table. Thank you. Our dear participants, we invite you once again to return to your seats as we continue our morning session. Yes, ma'am. I will read the questions. You may have a seat. Before we continue to the next part of our program, we will accommodate the questions that are now available on Mentimeter. Yes, please. Thank you. We would like, of course, not to miss the opportunity that we hear from Ms. Maria Rosa the answers to the inquiries from the participants. Once again, our gentle reminder to everyone that we are about to begin. I hope our online participants were also able to take their quick coffee break, quick rest, before we continue the morning session. Thank you very much. Marami pong salamat for returning to your seats. Please allow me to already proceed with the first question. Ms. Maria Rosa, are you ready for our first question? Here's the question. Allow me to read it. Can you give examples of service learning programs that reflect working with the community, not for it? I actually taken note of that one as well. Working with the community, not for it. Can you give us an example? Can you share some strategies we can do to efficiently apply that aside from outreach program? What are the usual challenges that you have experienced during the preparation and implementation of SL? I think we can answer the first one. And can you give us an example of programs that reflect working with the community and not for it?
Thank you for the opportunity to keep sharing with you some of the experiences that we hope that will help you out. Regarding to working with the community, there's a great example that we have learned from one of the universities in Colombia, the Javeriana University of Cali. They have been developing a meaningful project for the coffee producers in the community. They had identified the problems that they had to develop their businesses while many of their workers were tempted to work for drug cartels. So to help them develop their community organizations of local producers, the students at the university decided that to be able to help the producers, they had to learn about these producers. So they work with the unions or small communities of local producers first to identify the best way to accompany them. The knowledge on how to work as a coffee producer was not at the university, was at the local organizations. So it was very interesting because it was a win-win situation where the students could provide the knowledge on marketing, on business, or also the knowledge of organic production of coffee from what they were learning at the university. But how to apply that knowledge into the real context, they had to work with the local producers to adequate that learning. And doing so, they could also learn more about how to develop good coffee production because they were basing their knowledge on real experience.
And actual producers, local producers.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Ms. Maria Rosa. I think we can go to the second part of the first question. What are your usual challenges, or the usual challenges you have experienced during the preparation and implementation of service learning?
There are so many, but you know, it's not easy, but you need to have the commitment. I think that it's not hard to identify the problems because, you know, we live dealing with different problems. It's sometimes hard to adequate it with the curricula and the time that we have within a semester to implement a particular project. That's why we need to state clear objectives, learning objectives and service objectives, and how we can really integrate them according to the time and the activities that we can propose to our students to develop, and also to be able to integrate their proposals. So the challenge, I think, is that to clearly put into practice what we proclaim, that we want our students to become protagonists of their own learning process. So for that, not only we need to deal with the paperwork in the planification, but also to be able to leave the spaces for the students to propose their activities to them, to be able to take into action and to develop these challenging activities that we were proposing before. So we need to be able to move from our traditional position of faculties to be able to integrate this proposal where we can integrate this active participation of the students and the meaningful reflection, going out to places that we were not initially planning to go sometimes, but being confident that it's worth trying it. It's worth being able to be creative, to be able to face new opportunities and to provide the students with these new opportunities, because in that way, the learning and the experience that they will gain will be really meaningful to address the concrete needs that we can identify together.
Despite the challenges, it is worth trying. Thank you for that. I think the second question is connected to what you have just shared. It also gave a commendation to your presentation, Ms. Maria. It's an impressive presentation. How do you deal with traditional institutions to make that proposed transformation? How do you handle a global program in a conflicted world, and what are the challenges?
Empathy is key. We need to understand that there are some universities that it's not easy to change. Transformation takes time. Institutionalization of service learning takes time. We were just sharing yesterday about how time it took to this university to really institutionalize service learning. Research says that it's around 13 years to do that. So you need to be patient. You need to be able to talk to each other, to provide spaces for sharing. So even in a traditional institutions, there's always someone who is willing to innovate. So let's try to identify those with whom we can start working together, and from them to be able to invite others to join these opportunities. And you know, as I mentioned before, let's go to the basic. Any traditional institution will agree that if we are really committed to an integral education, no matter what, no matter where, if we can really show our students how their learning can be meaningful for them, for their communities, and for their relation for God, and to put the mission into action, even though sometimes it's hard to move structures, but at the end of the day, when you see the results and you can see what I wrote in the webpage about our mission and vision, I can finally see that it's happening. Well, you know, as we learn in Kenya, pole pole, paso a paso, and I think that results will be seen.
Eventually. Thank you, Ms. Maria. I think our second question is also, would like to ask how to evaluate institutionalization or institutionalization processes of service learning programs.
Well, we have a great teacher, Professor Andrew Furco, who developed a rubric on the institutionalization of service learning with different criteria. There's a lot of literature where you can learn more about that, but mainly to address the different dimensions. One that we have been sharing regarding, you know, the mission of the institution, which are the vision, the initial structure and the goals from the university, how to integrate service learning from the top and the roots, but also to take into account the faculty support, how we promote the faculties. Are they being trained about how to integrate service learning? Are they being supported on the development of the projects? What about the students? Do the students understand how the university is trying to teach in this particular way? Why it's important to go out and work with the community? And what about the community partners? How they are integrated in the university? So there are different dimensions that we need to take into account from the different participants in this service learning strategy, for the university as a whole to have this spiritual reflection, and this is something that we added to the Furco's rubric, being a Catholic university. To really institutionalize service learning will be also the opportunity for the institution as a whole to reflect on their own spirituality along with the community spirituality, how we integrate that with the others. So it's a way, it's a process that we can try to identify which are our weaknesses, in which of the dimensions we need to work, and this is something that we are promoting with the supported institutions we are working with. We get together from time to time to review, okay, how are you working now with the faculties, or you might need to promote better activities with the students for them to understand this perspective or to commit their participation, or how we integrate with the community.
So there are available resources and opportunities, I think, such as this symposium, to learn more about like the rubric, evaluation process, institutionalization process, learning the best experiences and similarly challenges and how they were approached. So let's take...
Excuse me, we have just released a book that you can download from our website about institutionalization of service learning. You will be able to learn more about the Bibinka model, and the different models of the different universities and how they are moving forward in their institutionalization process. So we invite you to access to that information too.
So please do visit the Uniservitate website for available resources on service learning. Thank you for that. And for our last question, what do you think are the stumbling blocks or challenges met for institutionalizing service learning in Catholic universities? And the participant would also like to say that your presentation was very insightful.
Stumbling blocks of challenges met in...
For Catholic institutions.
Well, you know, we have to recognize that we are very grateful mainly to Pope Francis regarding the support on the institutionalization of service learning in this invitation for the universities to go out to the outskirts. And for this challenge to be concrete in the application of the mission and vision of the Catholic spirituality. For us, it's very important that if we really say that we want to provide an integral education for our students to be really agents of change from Catholic institution, we don't have to look away from spirituality. We don't have to look away from the pastoral or campus ministry, away from the academics, away from the research. So we have to work on the integration of the different missions or the different departments in Catholic higher education for together, work together on a common goal. Sometimes those who were good were those who were in the pastoral activities. And we would just work with academics away from what was happening in the community. Being a Catholic institution, we need to integrate that. We need to work together for our common goal. We need to work together and leave away all those things that can be, okay, this is my space, and I just focus on mine, to work on the common good. We have a common house, and we need to start identifying joint opportunities for the different actors of the university to work together on the key goal, how we can love our neighbors, how we can love each other. So to do that, we have to start from inside. We have to start from the whole institution to really become conscious of how much we have to change in the way we connect with each other, within the departments, within the different institutions, because we really have a common goal. And it's time to put into action because the world is not showing that to us, and we have to be the light to the world. In a moment that we have so many crises, we might wonder, are we really looking after the golden rule that was just written? It's time that we need to put that into action. And being a Catholic university is our responsibility to put that into action. Because if not, we would not be concrete. We will not be doing what we are promoting. So it's time to read again, which is our mission, which is our vision, and how we can really put it into practice to work together with those who are in need. And I'm sure that in that way, we will have to review, we will have a lot of challenges, but at the end of the day, we will have really a renewed university that the community and everyone will be changed, transformed, putting that spirituality in the key line and to be able to develop it in a meaningful way.
Thank you, Ms. Maria Rosa, for that, for those insightful and I would say encouraging also, for the encouragement to do our best in making or improving our service learning programs in our institutions, strengthening, and at the same time, I believe there are a lot who are also interested in starting service learning programs in their organizations or schools. Once again, let us give a big hand to Ms. Maria Rosa Tapia.
Salamat.
Dear participants, the next part of our program is the panel discussion focusing on the theme student engagement. This is entitled Transformative Service-Learning, Cultivating Student Engagement for Social Change and Quality Education. But before this, I would like to introduce our e-poster exhibit, accessible through a QR code projected on the screen. This interactive online platform showcases a total of 13 accepted poster entries. Congratulations to our poster presenters, and thank you for your valuable contribution to the 4th Uniservitate Global Symposium. We will now begin our panel discussion with a video. I invite everyone's attention to the shared and projected screen to watch and listen to the voices of the youth, student engagement for social change.
of course, I agree that service learning is very important in higher learning institutions simply because students in class only learn on the theoretical frameworks only. There is no chance or opportunity for students to go out and practice whatever they've learned. So what service learning does gives students an opportunity to integrate to the community, and therefore it gives our students a real life experience of how solutions are made outside there. So it gives students an opportunity for them to engage into practical aspects, therefore linking theory and practice for the common good of the community.
In my experience, service learning is very important for students in higher education because the students also apply what they have learned in practice, and they can so gain many additional competences and can see that what they learn is really important for practice. And very important for me is also the feedback you receive on your practical work, because it helps you to work on yourself and your abilities.
Y bueno, para mí la experiencia que he tenido con los proyectos de aprendizaje y servicio ha sido muy buena, ya que me ha acercado a la realidad de las personas que voy a trabajar con mi profesión, que es la fisioterapia. Y bueno, además he podido cultivar la empatía y otras habilidades sociales que me ayudarán en mi futuro.
I would like to encourage my fellow students to participate in service learning, because right now in our generation we need to just know something else, something more than just having the skills, because we still have the mentality of white collar jobs in our minds. So when you're taught to put the skills you acquire in school to work in many ways, you'll find yourself in a position where you can exercise your experience, exercise your talents, and also get to grow out there.
Creo firmemente que el aprendizaje y el servicio solidario son una clave fundamental para todos los estudiantes, porque con esto aprendemos a que la profesión no es para uno mismo, sino para darse a los demás y a quienes más lo necesitan.
Vandaag in Brussel bij een organisatie. We moeten hier een maatschappelijk engagement opnemen van 5 dagen. We moeten hier een beetje helpen, een beetje meedraaien in de organisatie om te zien wat ze hier doen. Het is een hele diverse groep mensen die in Brussel wel langskomen, waar dat in Brussel eigenlijk normaal is. Waar we tijdens onze gewone opleiding eigenlijk niet mee in aanraking komen. Ik vind het heel interessant om service learning te doen bij Cultuurgem. Omdat vele onderwerpen waar we bij sociologie over leren, zoals diversiteit, armoede, sociale ongelijkheid, is altijd heel theoretisch gebleven tijdens onze vakken in Leuven, maar kunnen we hier eigenlijk echt in de praktijk omzetten. En hier kunnen we eigenlijk in de praktijk eigenlijk zien waarvoor dat we alles leren.
Service learning is important in higher learning education, and especially for people with disability, because it gives the people with disability an opportunity to interact with other people in the field when they are putting theories into practice, whatever they are being taught in class into practice, you know, because service learning gives people that opportunity. Yeah, we sit down in class, we are given theory, we are fed up with theory, we are being fed with theory, and that theory we go in the field, in the society, and put it into practice. Also, the aspect of inclusivity. Service learning gives students with disabilities that aspect of inclusion, because they are not being left behind. In every activity, they are being involved.
To facilitate the discussion, we will have one of the DLSU COSCA service learning specialists as moderator. Please allow me to first properly introduce her. Our moderator in our first panel discussion is Ms. Marieta May Gonzon. Ms. May has been the Service Learning Coordinator at the Salle University COSCA since 2010. She oversees the planning, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation of service learning activities of students and faculty with partner communities. Ms. May has a vital role in developing service learning frameworks, operations manuals, and faculty and student practical guides on service learning at DLSU, and has been actively involved in various service learning capacity building programs as a resource speaker. Let us put our hands together for Ms. Marieta May Gonzon.
Thank you, Ms. Candice. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our discussion on transformative service learning, cultivating student engagement for social change and quality education. Today, we are honored to have 4 distinguished speakers who will share with us their knowledge and experience about this topic. Our first speaker is a professor of the higher education at the University of Minnesota, where he is also the director of International Center for Research on Community Engagement. At the University of Minnesota, he's also served as the Associate Vice President for Public Engagement for 14 years, leading the university's agenda to institutionalize community engagement across the institution's research, teaching, and public service activities. Prior to arriving in Minnesota, he worked for 17 years at the University of California, Berkeley, as the founding director of the Service Learning Research and Development Center and as a faculty member of the Graduate School of Education. His scholarly work focuses on examining the role of service learning and community engagement practices in primary, secondary, and higher education systems in the United States and abroad. He also led more than 30 studies focused on issues pertaining to the impacts, implementation, and institutionalization of service learning across the various countries. He also consulted more than 100 universities for more than 30 countries in issues pertaining to the advancement and institutionalization of service learning and community engagement. His publications include books Service Learning, The Essence of Pedagogy, Service Learning Through Multidisciplinary Lens, Service Learning, How Does It Measure Up, and most recently, Re-envisioning the Public Research University, as well as more than 100 journal articles and book chapters, and explore the study and practice of service learning and community engagement. He is the author of Self-Assessment Rubric in Institutionalizing Service Learning in Higher Education, an instrument designed to measure the level of service learning institutionalization. The instrument has been used at more than 400 universities across the globe and has been translated into various languages. Further, he is currently the member of the Uniservitate Academic Sounding Board. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Andrew Furco. He is joining us virtually. Let us give him a warm applause.
Hello, I'm Andy Furco from the University of Minnesota. Thank you so much for this opportunity to be with you today. Thank you for this opportunity to share a few words as part of this panel session. I'm very honored to be part of the symposium and to prepare this panel session presentation with such distinguished colleagues. Thank you to the wonderful team at the Salle University for hosting us and for Uniservitate for the wonderful, important work that it's doing globally for service learning. As was noted, the theme of this panel session is Transformative Service-Learning, Cultivating Student Engagement for Social Change and Quality Education. And regarding quality education, we know that service learning as a form of experiential learning, and active learning, constructivist learning, contains many of the elements that research tells us promotes quality teaching and impactful learning. The active engagement of students in the learning process, authentic learning experiences in which students are engaged with real-life issues, hands-on experiences, reflection, critical thinking, and many other components are all part of what we know are part of the high-impact practices and quality teaching. And we know that service learning continues to promote high-impact practice, but also students have an opportunity to engage in service experiences that promote social change. But I would say, however, as we aim to engage students in advancing social change through service learning, I think it's very important to keep in mind that there is this spectrum of purposes and goals that are ascribed to service learning. And I really appreciate the work that Richard Battistoni has done over the years, and he reminds us that there are many different purposes and paradigms associated with service activities and civic engagement, and not all are about social change. And so the title of my presentation is Charity and Social Change, the Impact of Individual Preferences on Service Learning Outcomes. And I'm just going to share my screen very quickly here so I can engage us with the presentation. So with this focus, Richard Battistoni identifies these 7 paradigms of civic engagement and service. And, you know, these are very different kinds of approaches and mindsets around why we do service activities. And if we take the example of engaging students in serving the homeless, for example, or working on a homeless focused experience, we can provide very different kinds of service, all from these very different paradigms and with very different intended purposes and outcomes. And I know, for example, in Catholicism, we have a long tradition of service through charity. Performing a charity is a wonderful thing, but conducting charity-focused service is not the same as conducting service that is focused on achieving social change. So if we look at this top row here of charity paradigm, a charity-focused service, if we're working with the homeless, might involve serving food to the homeless 1 day per week, for example. The homeless situation doesn't really change, but nonetheless, it is a worthy, charitable, and needed service. In contrast, if we look at the participatory democracy paradigm, the service activity regarding working with the homeless might involve working to secure some legislation or some governmental policies or citizen support to secure the homeless rights. Again, the number of homeless doesn't change. The overall homeless situation may not necessarily improve, but nonetheless, it's a worthy cause and a meaningful kind of service. Then if we look at a social change-oriented lens or paradigm, then the service activity and the purpose and the focus of the service would likely be different. So in this example, it might be to provide job training to the homeless persons as a means to reduce the number of homeless people so people don't have to be homeless. So in other words, not all service learning experiences are the same in their intentions. And so if we seek to cultivate student engagement for social change through service learning, we have to be intentional in that goal. And we need to consider both the nature of the service activity and the student's preference or the student's personal rationale or reasons for conducting the service. So when it comes to social change agenda in service learning, we ask ourselves, to what extent are students approaching the service learning experience with the social change mindset? Are they expecting to do or want to do service that will promote or result in social change? Or are they expecting to do or want to do more charity-oriented service or some other kind of service? And this was the questions that my colleagues, Barbara Maley, Julie Reed, and I asked in our work in developing a social change-focused service learning set of courses and experiences. So a while back, we designed and conducted a research study involving more than 1,400 students that focused on exploring students' preferences for service activities and to determine whether students engaged in service learning with a preference to do social change work or whether they were more inclined to want to do charity work. And then we began to ask the question of whether those preferences make a difference in terms of achieving a set of learning outcomes that we were interested in. So I'd like to share the nature and the findings of that research with you very quickly. So for our research, we set out to answer 2 questions. The first question was, how can we characterize students in terms of their preferences for different kinds of community service? For this question, we sought to determine if service learning students have a preference for charity-focused activities or social change-focused activities. And then we also sought to ask the question about whether or not these preferences made a difference. In particular, we were interested to know if a match or a mismatch in students' preference made a difference based on the kinds of experiences that they had when they engaged in service learning. So in other words, if we are providing students with the social change-focused service activity, but students prefer to do charity-focused service, does this take away from gains and outcomes they might achieve if their service activity was more charity-focused to match their service preference? So for the study, we focused on 2 of Battistoni's paradigms, in particular, charity and social change. And for the charity approach, this really emphasized issues pertaining to aspects of help and offering help and direct service where individuals are contributing to others and providing help to others. And this was really a main framing within the literature of charity. Social change had a different framing, which really focused on changing prevailing conditions and empowering others, really thinking about aiming to empower those so that they can accomplish more self-determined goals. So you can kind of see the contrast here between, giving someone a fish versus teaching someone to fish, the old adage. So we were very interested to look at these different types, these two distinct types of framings for service and different types of service learning experience in and of themselves. We relied on a series of scales, and these are the ones we use. One was a preference scale, service preference scale, that was really about, it was a pre-survey item. We asked students at the beginning, what are your preferences? Then we had a service activity scale, which was a post-survey we gave to students, asking them, tell us about the kind of service activity you did based on the same items we asked them at the beginning, whether they were more charity focused or social change focused. And then we asked, we had some dependent variables we were interested in. We gave a survey which focused on learning about the community, satisfaction with college, and interpersonal effectiveness. Just to give you a sense of the preferences around the service. So beginning of the semester, we asked the students to complete this brief survey. It had 8 statements with different kinds of service. And we asked them to indicate how much they would like to engage in that kind of service. And they were asked to apply a 5-point scale from not at all to a great extent on 4 items focused on charity and 4 items focused on social change. And here are a couple of examples of the charity items. Also, here are the items for social change, which was about benefiting others, as you can see. So, and again, this was from not at all to a great extent. Then what we did at the end of the experience, we asked students to tell us a little bit more about the kind of experiences that they had. And here we asked a brief survey of 8 items, which had very similar items as what we asked in the original survey. And we asked their in terms of charity, we had 4 items here, a couple of them. Tell us to indicate the extent to which your service learning activity involved each of the following. Did you help individuals, help those in need? And then they rated not at all to a great extent. And then the other items had to do with charity, social change, changing public policy to benefit the people. Not at all to a great extent. Did it involve working to address major social ill, confronting society? Not at all, great extent, etc. And then finally, we gave students a survey that had 27 items that focused on these 3 outcome areas. And we were just really interested to see whether or not service learning contributed to students' increased learning about the community, satisfaction with college, and increased effectiveness. And we had some high internal consistency in those. So the first thing we did with the data was to categorize students by their service preference, based on the pre-service preference survey. And as you can see from this slide, we had quite a number of students who had preferred charity. So they gave high scores to the charity items and low scores to the social change items. So we considered them to have a high charity preference. Some had high social change preference. We had 305 students who had a high social change preference, but rated the charity ones low. We had 408 students who rated both charity and social change very highly on all the items. So that, to a great extent, they preferred those. And there were quite a large number of students who gave low scores to both, that they really didn't prefer either one of them. And then at the end of the survey, end of the semester, we gave the post-survey to ask about their sites. And we had 297 students who said the work that they did was scored highly on the charity kinds of activities, that their service activities were very much about helping others and those kinds of things. 228 said that their work at the site was mostly about social change. And quite a number of them said that it was both on charity and social change. And a number of them said that it wasn't either. Maybe it was answering the phone or giving out flyers. So it wasn't really charity, it was really social change in their view. So then what we did, given these data, we developed a table that showed how many students in each group had a match or a mismatch between their preference, what they said, the kind of service that they wanted, and the actual experience that they had. And we wanted to know if having a match between one preferred type of service and having an experience that matches that preference for service makes a difference in students, increases in the 3 dependent variables we measured, learning about community, satisfaction with college, and increase in personal effectiveness. I hope that makes sense. So here's the table. I'm going to walk through it very, very quickly because my time is very limited. And so basically what you have here in the columns, you have the students' different preferences. So you have charity. We had 240 students who preferred charity over social change. We had 305 who preferred social change over charity, 408 who preferred both charity and social change, and 482 who said they didn't prefer either. And then we have on the rows the different types of service sites the student reported having. Here, so this would represent the students whose sites were very charity focused, but not so much social change. The second row here is students who had high social change and not a lot of charity. Those third column is was high in both, and the fourth low in both. So you kind of get the idea. So just for example, then this number here, 69, we have 69 students in the column who preferred charity, and their service site in the row was high charity. So they preferred charity, and their servicing experience was high charity. So we consider this a match, and it is in blue. In contrast, we had 26 students who said they preferred charity, but had a high social change site, one that was low in charity. So we consider that a mismatch. Then we had students who preferred charity, 83 students, and they had both high charity and high social change. So we felt this kind of was a match, but it really wasn't a match. So we did not include those in the analysis. So that's in black there, just to indicate that. Just a couple of other points. So here in this column are students who preferred both charity and social change. So if they had one or the other or both, then we considered it a match. And lastly, to point that the students who indicated having preference for neither charity or social change, if they had high charity or high social change or high in both, it was considered a mismatch. Okay, so I hope that made sense. Sorry, it was so fast. So in the end, we had 637 students who had a match in their preference and service site, and 610 students who did not. So what did we find? Well, overall, we found that match does make a difference. So when we looked at learning about the community, we found that students associated with learning about the community section of the survey that we gave was statistically significant in terms of the scores that the students gave to these items when there was a match. So the students who had a match gave statistically significantly higher scores on that survey. And this was true for the students who had preference for charity, preference for social change, or preference for both, but not for the students who had low preference for both types of service. And there was no statistical significance in that last group. In fact, the no match group scores were higher than the match group. In terms of satisfaction with college, we found very similar results. The students who had a match had higher statistically significant scores for students who preferred charity, preferred social change, and preferred high value for both, but not students who did not have a preference for charity or social change. And then lastly, regarding interpersonal effectiveness, we did find the same similar results, that on the 7 items of interpersonal effectiveness being higher for the students whose service experiences matched their service preference versus the students who did not have a match. And again, for the students who had low preference for both types of service, there was no statistical difference. In fact, the match group was higher. So a couple of major findings as I bring this to a close. As this slide shows, we asked the question of how we characterize students in terms of their preference. And we found that for most students, they prefer charity. And we also found that and most of the students who prefer charity are women. 1/3 of students have a preference for charity or social change. So 1/3 had a preference for charity, another 1/3 had a preference for social change. But what was also really interested is that most students, the majority of students, did not differentiate their preferences. A large percentage indicated enjoyment of both or neither. So 65% did not have a preference, and we saw that quite a large number, 35%, had no preference for either. In terms of the second question regarding match, as I mentioned, for the three groups, a match did predict positive outcomes for learning about the community satisfaction with college and interpersonal effectiveness. And the group that had low value for both charity and social change really in some way profits from the experiences of having opportunities that have both charity and social change. And those scores were pretty high, higher than when there wasn't a match. So make of it what you will. So I just would like to just end by saying, so what does this mean for us? If we are interested in engaging students in service learning for social change, then I think it's really important to explore students' mindsets and preferences for different kinds of service, and to consider the ways that individual students might react to and or interpret the different types of service opportunities in which they are engaged. And I think automatically immersing students in a social change-oriented experience may not necessarily be as effective unless we get students to build an appreciation and understanding of the social change paradigm and its importance and value. So as these bullet points suggest, it's really important that I think we can help students get the most out of their service learning experiences by building their understanding of the distinction between charity work, social change-oriented work, and other kinds of service activities. This should be done intentionally, and this should be done explicitly. It's also important to help students see the value, the potential impact of social change-oriented service, and how it is distinct from charity. So social change obviously is very important, and we need to help students understand that value. And lastly, really to ensure that the experiences themselves engage students in social change activities, if that's what we're looking for. You know, students may have a social change mindset, but if the experience themselves are not social change oriented, then there's going to be that mismatch there. So making sure that service activities are social change focused, if that's what we're seeking to do, and just in need to be mindful as we implement our program. So thank you so much. I'm sorry I went through that very, very quickly. Thank you very much for your time and for the opportunity to participate in this session today. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Furco. What a wonderful and very insightful presentation to start off this session and to share with us your research results about students' preference on service learning outcomes focusing on charity and social change. Thank you once again, Professor Furco. At this juncture, I invite all three on-site speakers to occupy the seats in front. Dr. Matt, Thomas, and Anchan, please. Our next speaker is the Associate Director of ACU Engagement at the Australian Catholic University. His research areas of interest includes transformational processes of university community engagement, sport for positive youth development in developing and developed nations, and athlete welfare and development. He is passionate about harnessing the power of universities and communities to achieve mutually beneficial outcomes. He was a student who was personally transformed by a service learning experience working with the football in Timor-Leste, and has always made him time for service learning and community engagement in his career, spanning 13 years with Australian Catholic University. He is the author of 14 publications across the community engagement, sport for development, and sport and exercise psychology fields, and was lead academic in developing the 3x3 model of student learning and well-being during the international community engagement. He received a doctorate from ACU in 2016 and was co-academic lead in establishing the Asia and DePaul University Conference on Community Engagement and Service Learning. In his teaching career, he has achieved 2 citations for the quality of his teaching, and in particular, the showing of empathy and support for students from disadvantaged backgrounds. Ladies and gentlemen, let us put our hands together for Dr. Matthew Pink. Dr. Matt, the floor is yours.
Salamat po. Magandang umaga, ako si Matthew Pink. It's an absolute privilege to be here today, my second time in Manila, and wonderful to be a part of the IV Global Symposium on Service Learning in Catholic Higher Education. Today I'm going to speak to you about something I'm passionate about, and that's transformative service learning, and I'll attempt to talk to you about cultivating student engagement for social change and quality education. It's a big job, so I'll see what I can get through in 15 minutes. Let's give it a go. So a quick word on Australian Catholic University. We have 8 campuses across Australia and a campus located in Rome. We have more than 34,000 students and 2,000 staff members. We do have a very large service learning program there. There are 18 plus discipline-specific units or subjects, or you might call them courses. I realise we're in a diverse community here. And that means approximately 3,700 students are involved in service learning annually, and this exists in over 65 of our degree programs. Community engagement and service learning is central and critical to ACU's mission, particularly our pursuit of knowledge, the dignity of the human person, and the common good. So enough about ACU, let's talk about service learning. So I want to talk to you first about transformational learning more broadly, and I'm a big fan of Jack Mesereau's work, and to me, this sums up the point of service learning when we look at his definition of transformational learning. A process by which we transform our taken for granted frames of reference to make them more inclusive, discriminating, open, emotionally capable of change, and reflective so that they may generate beliefs and opinions that will prove more true or justified to guide action. Now, I don't know about you, but when I read that, I hear service learning. To me, it makes perfect sense, particularly as the definition ends towards having reflected so that we can make better decisions and more considered actions in our work with community. If you have a look at Kolb's experiential learning cycle on the right-hand side of the slide, we can see that service learning is also a form of experiential learning. We have a concrete experience, we engage in critical reflection, we abstract meaning, and then we go and try new actions and new ways of being and doing. So I then asked myself the question, well, what supports transformational learning? And to begin with, I'm a big fan of this figure on the right-hand side by Adelman and others in 2014. And I like the fact that it shows the triggering experiences, or those elements of the concrete experience, the sensory data, the events, the people that you're interacting with, and how critical reflection and dialogue really do the processing there. You know, they make meaning of that experience, and then coming out the bottom of that diagram are new affect, behaviour and cognition in ways that we hope to transform ourselves and the world around us. The list here is really, it comes from the synthesis of the field and professional practice. We know that for transformational learning, we need experiential learning, a stimulus that challenges our frames of assumption and frames of reference in some way. We know that through research that critical reflection is key to really making meaning of this learning, appropriate dialogue, and of course assessment. We are in higher education. But I also want to make the point here that high quality service learning is transformational learning. And that's one of the first takeaways from my presentation today. So how do I know this works? Well, it happened to me way back in the day as a student, undergraduate student. So let's go back to 2010. And this was me, a lot younger, as a third year exercise science student engaging in the Future and Youth Soccer project in East Timor. We went over there to establish with the community a soccer program for youth who otherwise didn't have the same sporting opportunities that we were used to in Australia. And for me, this was eye-opening, and it completely challenged my assumptions about the world around me. In particular, my assumptions related to international development, but also teamwork and how to function in teams. Colonialism and the deleterious effects of colonisation and what that means for many nations around the world, and of course a new appreciation and understanding of East Timorese culture. I've forgotten much of what I learned all those years ago, but the service learning experience is something that has stayed with me throughout my entire career. So how did I change? Well, firstly, I want to make a point that I was lucky enough that we had critical reflection sessions with a local priest in East Timor who was trained in this. And that really, for myself and the other students, magnified and augmented what we learned and what we took away with us. But I changed with respect to, I developed an improved ability to work with people from diverse backgrounds in a way that also considered their history and context. And I argue that that is one of the greatest outcomes we can achieve with our students as they go off into their professions. I developed greater empathy as a person, but more importantly, greater empathy for people who are very different from myself. We often find it easy to be empathic towards people who are just like us, but have a look around the room here. We are a diverse community and we need to develop, I see empathy as like training a muscle. You know, if you keep doing it, the muscle gets bigger and you can be empathic with more people. I improved my ability to work in teams and to find considered solutions. So if we go back to that Adelman diagram, that the reflection leads to responding in a contextually considered way. I developed a stronger attitude to social justice, which, as we've already heard today, is essential for we together addressing the world's problems, and also an altered and broader career trajectory. I was going to be a physical education teacher until I went to East Timor. But from there, I ended up going back the next year and doing my honours in applied sports psychology, looking at the motivations of the coaches. I became an academic, and community engagement and service learning was always a part of what I did from then on. I took those learnings from Timor to establish sporting programs with refugee and migrant youth in Brisbane in several settings. And over time, I quickly became more of a service learning and community engagement practitioner and less of a, I guess, sport and exercise scientist, you would say. But to me, that trip changed everything. It changed my entire life. Okay, the slide clicker is... there we go. Transformational service learning as quality education, addressing another theme in this presentation. I put forward that transformational service learning can develop universal citizens who are broadly skilled, broad-minded, and committed to a better world. So I asked the question, so what makes it a high-quality engagement? So let's have a look at that. Now, I started off with a case study at the beginning of this presentation, so talking about my own experience. But of course, you can take the boy out of science, but you can't take the science out of the boy. So let's have a look at some scientific evidence for this as well. And we know that in the evidence hierarchy that meta-analyses and meta-synthesis are the highest level of evidence that you can get. So let's take a look at some of those. So what are some of the keys to a high quality and engaging experience? We know authentic and reciprocal partnerships, passionate and invested teachers, that students understand the what and why of the experience, that there is appropriate critical reflection, that there's a clear link between experience and learning objectives, and that meaningful outcomes and impacts are achieved with the community. The diagram I have on the right is Andrew Furco's Service Learning Quality Assessment tool, which I heard about recently and I saw has most of those features in this tool, so I do recommend checking that out. But if we are to go to meta-analytic level evidence, let's have a look and see if transformational service learning really is high quality education. What can it achieve? So, we know through meta-analysis that service learning, if it's transformational, can achieve improved academic, personal, social and citizenship outcomes if we look at the meta-analysis by Conway and others. We know that it can improve students' empathy if we have a look at the meta-analysis that Chloe Gordon, myself, Howard Rosing from DePaul published last year. We know that it can improve attitudes towards self, school and learning if we look at the Celio and others meta-analysis. And we know that service learning can lead to improved civic engagement, social skills, and academic performance if we look at the Celio et al. Work again. I also want to make special mention of the meta-analysis that we published last year, Gordon and others 2022, because this was actually a quantitative meta-analysis along with a qualitative meta-synthesis. Now, thank you, Carol. I'm a mixed methodologist, so I like both qual and quant. But we found in this study that participation in service learning had a significant effect on students' levels of empathy, very important. The qualitative meta-synthesis also identified themes that further evidenced this empathy, particularly related to, and this was taking together all of the service learning qual and quant studies that looked at empathy as an outcome, that service learning can lead to expressing, understanding and perceiving experiences from another's perspective, identifying with another person and recognising their common humanity, and responding to the emotional state and ideas of another person. This is powerful stuff when we consider the tenets of Fratelli Tutti, the principles of Catholic social thought, achieving the SDG goals, and the Global Compact on Education. The findings presented in this slide and the level of evidence provides justification, in my view, for the focus on service learning in higher education. I now provide you some examples of projects at ACU that I believe have effectively engaged students for social change. If I'm going to come all the way from Australia, I should probably tell you about some things that happen in Australia. So, high-quality transformational service learning can also transform community. Students become agents of change within and beyond their courses. So let's see some examples. To start off with, I want to tell you about the ACU Occupational Therapy Mental Health Consumers Project. The OT mental health curriculum was co-created with consumers of mental health services, so the clients of mental health services. This was done with the students and the clientele of these services. So students developed a strengths-based and person-centred model of case management in collaboration with the consumers under the guidance of the lecturers. And what were some of the outcomes here? That mental health consumers believed the strength-based model promoted valuable relationships between consumer and case manager, and also promoted recovery and goal achievement. And you can read about these outcomes in some of the references I provide there that I'll give you at the end of the presentation as well. So instead of we in our ivory towers going out and cooking up an intervention that we think is going to work, it was co-created among students as protagonists and also the consumers of the services. It also transforms students' understandings of mental health and their future practice in mental health settings. So there's that mutual benefit and that development of empathy. I also want to highlight very briefly and quickly ACU's modern slavery projects, particularly the great work of Professor Patrick Kaiser. This was a partnership between ACU's School of Law and the Archdiocese of Sydney and SEDEX Australia. So 70 ACU students contributed over 5,000 hours of review and analysis in ranking more than 1,500 modern slavery statements of business and corporations. And the product of this was creating the DOMIS 8.7 index benchmark of modern slavery statements, and it identified 6 key areas of improvements for these statements. So this can now be used by Catholic and secular organisations to further mitigate the risk of engaging in modern slavery. Powerful stuff for undergraduate students to be involved in. You would be familiar with the ACU School of Education Solomon Islands project that won a Universitate Regional Award. This has been a 15-year partnership with the Archdiocese of Honiara and the Apol Catholic Primary School. Pre-service teachers, capacity building engagements in the Solomons, and we know that it's won several awards. I just want to speak to the outcomes of this very briefly, and I'll wrap up very soon. It has increased student enrolment and retention. It's increased teacher confidence. You can read about this in the published research. It's trained over 1,000 people in basic sign language and has also established an IT infrastructure in Honiara during the pandemic. And we know that it's enhanced our students' confidence, their teacher identity, and also their adaptability. So, in summary, service learning can be transformational learning. We cultivate student engagement through high-quality service learning experiences, and we talked about what they are. There is a firm evidence base for transformational learning outcomes. That's good for us and our field. And high-quality student learning experiences and community partnerships can lead to meaningful social change. So with that, I say Maraming Salamat, and I leave you with a quote from Pope Francis. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you, Dr. Matt, for that very insightful presentation on your personal experience on transformational service learning in Timor-Leste, as well as the experience of occupational therapy, law, and education students. Thank you once again, sir. Before I introduce our next speaker, I would like to remind everyone to use the Mentimeter app to send your questions to our speakers, and we will read them at the end of all presentations. For our on-site participants, our student volunteers will move around to share the QR code. Okay, now let us continue with our third speaker. He considers himself as a Kenyan change agent. He has his work experience as a community development officer, a psychological counselor, and a social worker. At 14, he had finished primary school, worked hard, and scored good grades. His family, however, was incredibly poor. They lived in Africa's largest urban slum in Kibera, Nairobi. His parents had been unable to find regular work for a long time, thus, it was impossible for them to send him to secondary school. Luckily, our speaker met a stranger, a tourist, visiting the slum one morning, and through a simple interaction, the man offered to pay his school fees for the entire secondary schooling. The generous man from Ireland created the opportunity for our speaker to finish school and eventually move him and his family out of the slum. He won a scholarship through a Catholic scholarship program to study for a Bachelor of Arts degree in Sustainable Human Development in Tangasa University College. Studying at Tangasa University College not only enabled him to acquire a university degree, but also expanded his horizon on a variety of issues that affected the community daily. He is currently pursuing an interest in Master's in Autism Studies. His belief that education is the way to eradicate poverty, coupled with his desire to give back to the community, led him to found Mirror of Hope, which is a community-based organization working to enhance access to quality education, entrepreneurship, employment opportunities for vulnerable children, youth, women, and men of Kibera slum. Fellow participants, let us acknowledge Mr. Thomas Nyawir with a round of applause. Tommy.
Thank you very much. I feel greatly honored to be part of this symposium, and I'm very grateful that I have this platform to share my story, to share the story about the work that I'm doing, and hopefully we can derive some lessons from it as far as service learning is concerned. I once lived in Kibera slum, and I work there currently. Kibera slum is considered the largest urban slum in Africa, which is about 2.5 square kilometers in size, and has a population of approximately 1 million. But of course, estimates have been as low as 170,000. In Kibera slum, there's no access to basic amenities such as toilets, drainage, electricity, and roads. And each household has an average population of about seven family members living in about 10 by 10 square feet. So it's such a small area, but has so many people living in it. When I was about giving up hope of ever continuing with my education due to poverty in my family, I met this stranger who saw a potential in me and helped me to complete my schooling. And this gave me a sense of capacity for growth and a passion for living well, and that included helping others. I mean, I was not ever going to continue with my schooling had I not met this man, this stranger, who for some reason just instantly believed in me And the next thing he was doing was to offer me an envelope with money that was enough to pay for my 4 years of secondary school. I mean, that was a gift that, you know, I never even imagined I would ever receive, but it literally changed my life. And after completing my secondary schooling, I did my studies in diploma in counseling psychology, and this gave me the skills that I needed to be able to start off, making meaning out of my life. And I used that as an opportunity to also earn money to start earning a living. And the recognition of the value of that education gives to shape my own life and then to change the lives of others. So what I want to emphasize on is the fact that when I got this opportunity to be able to continue with my education, I learned the value of, I actually came into I was actually confronted with the fact that education is transformative in nature, and everyone deserves an opportunity to be able to go to school, to access education. And living in Kibera made me become aware of the neediness of the many children who had the capacity to learn, but not the resources to do so. And that's something that happens across the Kibera slums. There are so many children who are in need of education. They have the capacity to be able to, they have the knowledge, they're very bright, but unfortunately they do not have the resources that are required for them to be able to access school. And that's me when I was 14, when I was on the verge of giving up hope of ever continuing with my education. My studies at Tangaza University College was another, another story altogether. And this gave me ideas for putting what I knew into action to change the society around me. And that's where the whole story about service learning comes in. And aware of our motto at Tangaza, teaching minds, touching hearts, and transforming lives. For me, that in itself is service learning. This was the basis of service learning. Learning so that I could put my skills to use in the society and to make a difference, to transform the society a little by little. And that's something that I learned while at Tangaza University College, basically trying to link theory and practice. One of the things that is very popular at Tangaza University College is what we call the pastoral circle. I'm sure some of you might have come across this. But then the pastoral circle is something that makes you be in touch with, basically what you are doing in class and what you are doing out there in the field. And the first part of it is the insertion or the experience stage. And this is where you insert yourself in the community. And the main question, the big question at this stage always is, what is happening? So when you find yourself in this community, you want to understand what is happening in this community. What are some of the challenges that are facing people in this community? And then it does not just stop there. You go to the next step, which is the social analysis. And the big question at this stage is, you want to ask yourself, why is this happening? People are living in poverty. Why is this happening? There's issues of drug abuse or substance abuse. Why is this happening? There, small girls getting pregnant. Why is this happening? You get to answer all those questions when doing the social analysis. And then the next one is the theological reflection. And here you want to ask yourself, what does it mean? Basically linking everything that you are experiencing, everything that you are encountering with your own faith and asking yourself, what does it mean? And you want to probe yourself and get to understand exactly what this means as you link it to your own faith. And the last part of it is the pastoral action. And this is where you ask yourself, how should we respond? And you see, it's not just about asking yourself these questions and then leaving it at that, but it has to lead you to an action point what should I do as an individual person to be able to respond to what I have experienced, to the challenges that I've experienced? What can I do to get this community from the point where they are to another point where they can experience life differently? And that's what the pastoral cycle is all about. And for me, that led me to actually think very critically. After going through that, the pastoral cycle itself led me to think critically of what I can do. And of course, the idea of starting this organization, the Mirror of Hope, came to me as a way first to respond, or a way of giving, paying it forward after receiving so much from someone who, who was just a stranger, who gave me an opportunity to go to school, but also an opportunity to, to practice all that I had learned at college. So I learned about collaboration. So I began to sought help from others, which I did very successfully. And these were like-minded people who bought into the idea of me starting this organization to be able to support the many children, women, and men and youth. I also learned about the organizational skills to advocate on behalf of the needy. So I began to sell the idea to others. And one of the things that I am very passionate about is sharing the story about the work that we are doing, going out, meeting different people in different settings, and just sharing about our work. And that way, we are able to, to get many people who want to support the work that we are doing. The foundational insight of Mirror of Hope, which is a community-based organization that I founded myself, came from my experience of the value of education in the life of the person and my desire to pay it forward. So that was the key thing as I founded the Mirror of Hope organization. And Mirror of Hope is a community-based organization that enhances access to quality education, entrepreneurship, and employment opportunities to vulnerable youth, women, children, and men living in Kibera slum. One of the projects that I am very passionate about and that we are very, we hold very dear to our hearts at the Mirror of Hope is our education sponsorship program. And you'd understand why I'm passionate about that, because I know the value of education and what it does in the life of a person. And this project that we do, the education sponsorship project, offers an opportunity to vulnerable children in Kibera slum to access quality education, not just secondary education, but also tertiary education. To date, since we were founded, we've been able to sponsor up to 287 children. These are children who would have otherwise dropped off, fallen off the radar, because their families cannot afford the cost of education. And currently we are sponsoring 97 in high school and another 34 in university. These are students that are, getting an opportunity to dream again, so that they can make sense out of their lives. But we do not only sponsor them, we also have different programs that we run, especially during the school holidays. And we do this in order to maintain the nurturing lifestyle of the school setting when these students are home for holidays. So we engage them in different activities. They play, they do mentorship activities, leadership and resilience programs and all that. And we have up to 120 students that participate in this program. On mentorship, we do workshops that are concerning promotion of healthy living, awareness of nutrition in diet, challenges in managing sexual behavior and relationships. We also have an economic empowerment for women, and Mirror of Hope developed a women's empowerment program to provide training in skills and the production of goods to a group of women. Initially, we started with women who were living with HIV and AIDS, but then, of course, expanded that to include all the women who are in absolute need of this kind of services. We also have a program that focuses on the youth, and we do ICT training, empowering vulnerable youth using ICT by teaching them basic computer and graphic design in order to enhance self-reliance by improving employability skills. And to date, since 2019, we have been able to take up to 209 youth through this program. And they are all out there working very hard to earn a living from the skills that they have gained. Another project that we do at the Mirror of Hope is a peanut butter production project. And this project came about to economically empower young girls who became mothers during the COVID-19 period. Mirror of Hope itself is an organization that focuses on giving people a hand up as opposed to giving them handouts. And so these are the different ways in which we are able to give a hand up to the different categories of people that we are working with. And these young girls produce very delicious peanut butter, and they are able to sell this to earn a living. Another project that we do is the sewing project, and this project equips young mothers with the sewing skills that they can use to create their own employment or seek employment for economic empowerment. Again, it's all about giving people a hand up as opposed to giving them handouts. So these girls, make very beautiful products, and they are very proud of themselves for doing that. These are all fruits of service learning, even as we continue sharing these. Another project that we are very passionate about is the savings and internal lending communities that is highly sponsored by the Australian government through Edmund Rice Foundation Australia. And this project focuses on offering capacity building workshops in silk methodology, business formation and management, and leadership. And we also provide opportunities for psychosocial support and mental wellness. 150 women are currently participating in this project. And it's amazing to see just how this is changing their lives. And the Silk project works in such a way that it's about savings. So we have these women that we train in different business skills. They save money, they borrow money from what they're saving, and then they use the money that they borrow to start up their businesses or expand their already existing business. And that way, we are able to see improved living standards among these women. These are women who would otherwise be out, begging for a packet of maize flour to cook for their children. But now they are doing it themselves, and they have realized that they have the power in their hands. And those are some of the photos of the Silk group meetings. And we have also trained quite a good number of these women as trainers for sustainability purposes, so that even when we are not there, they will be able to be out there training others and giving the same skills, sharing the same skills with other women and men to be able to continue that work. We do not only do that for the women, but we also have a program for the men. And one of the things is, I don't know how it happens elsewhere around the world, but I know in Kenya, usually there are lots of programs, but none of these programs focuses on men. It's always about women and girls and children. But then we realized that we needed to bring the men also on board, and that's why we decided to start this Silk for Men. And this is basically in the spirit of inclusion and equality. So our Silk project for men currently targets 20 men who are also participating in the savings, borrowing, and we also offer them different kinds of trainings for them to be able to make their lives better. And one of the things that we have realized through this project is that there has been reduced cases of domestic gender-based violence, because then we have these men who are now appreciating the value of what the women in their lives do, and that way they are able to help them, to support them, and this has greatly reduced cases of gender-based violence. What about the future of MOH, the Mirror of Hope? Currently, we have begun seeing the students that we have sponsored, the students that have gone through our sponsorship program, coming back and wanting to pay it forward, raising money to also support the children from the slum. And it does not just end there, because we believe in giving back, and we believe in service learning. We also have students during school holidays. They have to set aside a certain amount of hours to be able to go out and carry out community service in organizations that are running within the slum. And that way we are able to teach them the value of service learning, the value of paying it forward, and the value of giving back to the community. So this is the work that we do at Mirror of Hope, and this work has been inspired by my studies at Tangaza University College and the service learning itself. And I'm very grateful that I'm able to do this and be able to impact the lives of so many people. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tommy, for your inspiring story and great work to uplift the lives of the poor children through the Mirror of Hope. Now let us listen to the voice of a student. She is only 24 years old and is currently a senior university student at the Fujian Catholic University in Taiwan. She is dedicated and passionate when it comes to service and community empowerment. In 2021, she started a 6-month-long remote volunteer service in Myanmar under the guidance of her university. As a team leader, she, along with her fellow team members, utilized online communication and video content creation to assist the local high school students in Myanmar in developing their career plans. During the same year, she also participated in an online culture exchange workshop organized by the Empowering the Vision Project. She engaged in meaningful conversations with the young Tibetans and served as one of the keynote speakers, introducing Taiwanese youth culture. Inspired by her previous service learning experience, in 2023, Anne, along with her school team, journeyed to South India for a 20-day volunteer mission. While in India, she devoted her time to a local Catholic charitable organization where she provided care and support to disabled individuals and children affected by AIDS. Furthermore, the team participated in exchange programs with institutions like Mumbai University and Taiwanese Business Association. She believes that through service learning, students like her can gain valuable insights and leadership skills, while at the same time inspiring and making a positive difference in local communities. Her next goal is to identify a community she is passionate about and contribute her services there, hoping to make a positive difference in the world little by little. Ladies and gentlemen, let us listen to the voice of the youth. Please give a round of applause to Anne Chen. Anne?
Thank you. So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Anne Chen. I'm a student from Fujian CLAYSS University. Today, it is my pleasure to be here sharing with you guys my experiences with you. So, before we dive into today's topic, cultivating student engagement, I have some questions I want to ask everyone. So, as a teacher, educator, or everyone who engages in service learning, have you ever wondered how does service learning help students see their own values? Do students undergo any changes in service learning? And how does service learning enhance the impact of school? I ask these questions because I firmly believe that each question's answer is what we're chasing for, is what we're looking for. We want the service learning can help students to learn something valuable and return feedback to the society. Also, we want service learning can make a huge impact to the student. So, before we dive into my first-time experience, I want to question how does service learning establish social change and quality education? So, if we separate the word service learning, we could get service. Service is students who participate in a service and enhance their contribution and involvement in society. For learning, it means the student can acquire knowledge skills, and values through the hands-on experiences. But I think there's another hidden wall with service learning is experiences. Experiences means that it can take the student out of the campus and to discover they have a different world, they have a different way of life in the world. So, because in a traditional teaching approach, like me, I'm a student, I'm always sitting on the chair and listen to the teacher and absorb the knowledge. But I never think why I'm sitting here. But because the experience, I can see the people face by face. I can experience, I can get empowered by them. So I believe that service learning is unique because we can experience it. So, me as a student, current student, and I want to share with you my first service learning in 2022. And we are going to we do the remote service in Myanmar. We cooperate with the Holy Light School in last year, and the goal we did is we did a career planning for the high school students. So let me show what's our results. We have 5 team members, and we produce 6 videos in 7 months. So in each video, we were talking about different things. Like in the first video, we were talking about when you want to choose your future, you have to understand yourself first. And the second thing is, no matter the high school student want to study college or they want to work directly, they have some questions you need to ask yourself before you make a choice. But the things I want to emphasize, like I asked him, one of my best friends, this is our result, and he said, like, oh, so you have 5 team members, you produce 6 videos in 7 months? It sounds not like too much. Like he knew a YouTuber, he can produce a video every week. I mean, yes, from the outsider, it seems we spend 7 months only produce 6 videos. We can do more, of course, but I want to say that actually we build everything from scratch because each of us members, we are students, and in 7 months we have many things need to achieve. So let me please go through each month as what we do. So in the first month, we have a voluntary advanced training. So in the advanced training, we will learn how to be a good service, what is a good attitude toward a service. And we also have some very fun, interesting play game. With the Professor Miao, we're going to the forest campus, and we have a climb the tree. And it's like the fun activity. It gives us a chance to know each member's, each student's personality. And the second month, we have a weekly team meeting. So in a weekly team meeting, we will do a lot of self-study. Like because we want to service the high school in Myanmar, and we have to understand their background. So during the second month, we realized that the Holy Light School, they didn't give the Myanmar government the funding because they are Chinese-oriented school. So because they are doing some political changes and policy issues, so they didn't give enough money to hire a teacher. So after that, we decided we want to do a career planning for their high school student. And the third month, when we decided we want to do a career planning, so we have designed the lesson plans. And the 4 months, we will attempt the specific training courses, like we will find an expert to teach the student how to do their career planning. And also because we want to produce our results by video, so we have to learn how to use in the Adobe Premiere editing. So in the months 5 and 6 is we build and edit video, and the month 7, we launch the results and we conduct team reflection. So you can see that in 7 months, each of students, we have 5 team members, we really put a lot of effort on it. And here I want to emphasize the importance of reflection. I think the reflection is like another key point for service learning. And here I have some reflection about importance of reflection. So, because service learning is different from the traditional course, like I mentioned, we are not just sitting in the classroom and we are not just absorb the knowledge, but actually many students, they never think why I'm here to listen to teacher, why I'm like us, why we are sitting here to come in this conference. It's all because we want to have some change, right? We want the world better. Even so, I would say reflection is giving us a chance to think about why we are here. And the second thing is reflection can find your heart when you lost on the way. So during the 7 months, actually, sometimes I feel frustrated, I feel tired, it is true. But I would say reflection is like the guiding light. When every time me and my team member reflect, we will encourage each other, and we will like say, hey, remember why you are started. Remember why you are joining this service. And I believe that it is important. So when we reflect and we get the power again, it's time to stay flexible and adapt. So when adjusting our state, and also we have the power to think about how to deliver a better service. So that is why I think reflection during the service learning is very important. Next, I want to mention about what I learned during my first time service learning. So the first one is I recognize my own value. Since I'm just a student, so I'm not like you guys, you are professional and the expert, you have a full of the experiences. But I recognize my own value since I have service others with my ability. Even I'm just a student, but I still have I can using my power, I still can using my effort to change the world little by little. This is what I learned. And another thing is that I applying the hard skill, like video editing and also the proposal writing. And this skill also helped me during my school career. And also I developing the soft skill, like the leadership and empathy. Like being a leader on the service learning, actually it make me feel I am the person, I have a responsibility. I want to care about my team member, and also I want to learn encourage each other, and also empathy, because I see the different people. So I would say, oh, there's another people in the world is like this. And for social change, we assessing the Myanmar last year, the high school student, and some of the student feedback is really well. They say they're happy to having us the video, and also even one student said that they want to come to Taiwan if he have a chance. And I want to say that we cannot influence so many students, but if we can influence one student, I would say it is enough. Our effort is enough. And the second thing is I pay more attention to social issue. So every time now I watch the TV, if I saw every news happen in Myanmar, I will just carefully listen, because like Myanmar is another thing I want to care about. And also reflecting to the situation in Myanmar, I also think about, okay, how about Taiwan's situation? How about Taiwan's high school situation? So after reflect, I think I hold a strong interest in service education. And I can learn that it's because I have a reflect and I have experienced the service learning. So let's back to the questions I gave you in the beginning. How does service learning help students see their own value? I will say, taking me as an example, the service learning is like giving me a chance to let me know I have the power to change the world. I have the power to help other communities, and it is really my pleasure. I'm really happy to do that. And the second thing is, even we are little, but if we together, we can make a huge impact. And the second question is, do students undergo any changes? I would say yes, definitely. like myself, I know I hold a strong interest in education service. So my future career, I want to stay in Taiwan, and I want to join the organization. It's called Teach for Taiwan. The organization is promoting the education equality in Taiwan. And I would say that if without the first service learning experience, I would never know I want to do this. I have an interest on this. And the last question, how does service learning enhance the impact on school? So we all know that school wants their student can learn the knowledge. But actually more than that, the school actually wants the student can learn the right attitude. They want the student can be more empathic to take care of the society. And I would say that the service learning make this is more, have a more advantage on this, because in the service learning, we can see each other face to face. So we can learn not just hard skill, but also the soft skill. And I think that is the things school want to promoting. And that is my conclusion. So I believe that service learning has the potential to bridge the gap between theoretical knowledge and real-world applications. More than that, it could be a key to transforming the next generation into active contributor to societal progress. Is it the end? No, it's not the end. For me, my journey is still continuing, because I joined the first program. So actually in the same year, I joined the debate, the workshop communities, and I also learned many culture about Tibetan people. And during this year, I went to India 22 days. I serviced the elders and accompanied with the children's there. And I really learned a lot from all the experiences. So it will not be my end. I was still continuing to follow my goal. I also want to do something to feed back to the society. And I would say, thank you for everyone. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much, Ann Chen. Your experience in 3 countries you have visited has transformed your thinking and values indeed. That ends our presentations for this morning. We are now approaching the last part of our discussion. May I invite our reactor to join us, our speakers on stage, Dr. Rosa. Let us now listen to the reaction or reflection of our guest reactor. Allow me to read her bio note. She has a PhD in pedagogy, professor at the Sophia University Institute, researcher fellow at the EIS Higher Education School of the LUMSA University of Rome. She is a member of the Technical and Scientific Committee of the Global Education Compact. Her research interests mainly focus on pedagogy of Pope Francis, pro-sociality, service learning, inclusive education, and childhood culture. Particular attention is dedicated to the following topics: teaching methods and pedagogical guidelines emerging from Global Compact on Education, teaching for students with special education needs, elaboration of programs for the promotion of pro-sociality in educational context. Fellow participants, warm applause for Dr. Karina Rosa. She will be joined by her interpreter, Ms. Nilda Castro. Thank you.
Grazie. Thank you very much. Grazie mille. Io porto la mia traduttrice.
I have with me my interpreter.
Allora, cercherò di fare una reazione, una devoluzione a quanto abbiamo ascoltato di queste 4 ricche relazioni.
I would like to bring my reaction to the 4 speakers that we have had before me.
Prima di tutto mi sembra molto interessante che Uniservitate abbia collocato uno spazio per pensare alla partecipazione degli studenti.
I think, first of all, it is very important that Uniservitate has thought of giving a space for students to join in the project.
Perché delle tre caratteristiche programmatiche del service learning, cioè il servizio alla comunità, l'apprendimento curriculare e la partecipazione degli studenti,
Because of the three goals of Uniservitate, which is of the service learning, which is participation of the students, participation in the community, and learning.
c'è molta più letteratura e ricerca sull'indicatore di qualità, sull'apprendimento di qualità.
There is much more literature regarding learning about indicators of the quality of learning.
E anche del servizio comunitario.
And also about indicators of the quality of service in the community.
Si trova di meno proprio nell'ambito del service learning sulla partecipazione degli studenti.
What is lacking in the literature is in service learning is the participation of the students.
Allora mi piacerebbe fare come 4 componenti che possono emergere da quello che abbiamo sentito.
I would like to mention 4 points that emerged from what we have heard before.
Che possono servire come dopo per sviluppare indicatori.
That would be useful later on to be able to develop indicators.
Allora, Andrew Furco,
the first point,
parlava dell'allineamento o la mancata corrispondenza.
So the first point, we talked about alignment or the lack of alignment.
Tra la preferenza degli studenti e la esperienza di qualità che può preparare il professore.
Between the preference of the student and the quality service of the professor that could prepare the student.
Allora, sembrerebbe che non basta ascoltare la voce degli studenti.
So it seems that it is not enough to listen to the voice of the students.
Capire quali sono le loro preferenze.
Understand their preferences.
Il professore deve anche preparare buone esperienze di qualità.
Professors have also to prepare good and quality experiences.
Accompagnare.
Accompany.
Perché ci possano essere dei risultati.
So that there could be results.
Come l'apprendimento sulla comunità, la soddisfazione, l'efficacia personale.
Like learning, serving the community, empathy in personal relationships.
Ecco. È interessante anche lì il concetto di carità.
It is also interesting the mention of the service of charity.
Che in realtà lui lo associa all'esperienza di assistenzialismo.
Which is actually in reality an experience of assistentialism. You give assistance.
Che personalmente non lo metterei come come due concetti opposti o contrapposti. Quello che lui chiama carità con il cambio sociale.
I would not put them as two contrasting points, charity and social change. These are not two opposing concepts.
Penso che uno è la condizione, può essere una condizione, un prerequisito, l'esperienza di carità, per dopo fare una buona esperienza di service learning.
For me, charity, the experience of charity, is a preparation to be able to later on do the experience of social change.
Perché favorisce l'incontro, il conoscere i veri bisogni dell'altro, come funziona il sistema,
because
eccetera.
Charity favors knowing the other, knowing how the system works, and to be able to know better how to serve the other.
Questo sarebbe un argomento per sviluppare in un altro momento.
This is a subject that has to be discussed more in detail later on, not now.
Il secondo punto sarebbe quello che ha sottolineato Matthew Pink.
The second point is what Matthew Pink underlined.
Che direi un punto che è il formare agenti per il cambiamento.
Which is to train people to be agents of change.
Capacità di agency.
give them the capacity to be able to be agents of social
Come
change.
dice Freire,
Freire said,
l'educazione non cambia il mondo, ma cambia le persone che cambieranno il mondo.
so he said that education does not change the world, but it changes the people who will then change the world.
I giovani vivono la gioventù è un'età della incertezza.
Youth live in an age of uncertainty.
Incertezza verso il futuro, professionale, economico, politico.
Uncertainty towards the future, economic future and political future.
E si vede come una disaffezione, no?
There would be something like a dissatisfaction in him.
Ma questo proviene da la poca possibilità di poter contare ed incidere nella società.
This is caused by his lack of the possibility of having impact in society and to change it.
Per quello mi sembra importante questa capacità di agency.
That is why, for me, it is important to have this capacity of agency, to be an agent.
Vado più velocemente.
I'll go faster.
La terza caratteristica di Thomas mi sembra che la generatività.
The third point that was mentioned by Thomas is generativity.
Il service learning è generativo. Si
Service
vedeva una
learning
cascata
generates.
di vita, no? Si
You
vede
can see much life, like a waterfall of life coming forth from him.
l'Africa è un terreno fertile per il service learning.
Africa is a fertile ground for service learning.
Malaguti, che è un teorico della generatività, parla di alcune caratteristiche che ho visto in questa esperienza.
I have seen several characteristics of service learning and generativity that this author, Malaguti, mentioned, and I see it realized here in Africa.
La eccedenza, cioè fare di più magari di quello previsto.
To do more than what you have seen and what you have lived.
La intraprendenza.
In being, how do you say,
la resilienza.
Full of initiative. Perseveranza.
Resilienza.
Resilience.
Il produrre valore.
Produce values.
Ecco. E il quarto the
fourth point.
Che il service learning sviluppa le soft skill negli studenti e aiuta a costruire una visione positiva di sé e del mondo.
So service learning, it develops the student and causes in them a positive view of their own capacity.
Ecco. Allora, per concludere, direi che abbiamo sentito delle esperienze dell'Africa, di Asia, di Oceania e di America.
To conclude, we have heard experiences from Africa, from Asia, from Oceania, from America.
E quindi questo dimostra come il service learning sia interculturale.
So this shows that this is an experience that is intercultural.
Ma allo stesso tempo lo viviamo con questo programma, è un'esperienza che si può fare a livello globale.
And at the same time, we see that through this program, it is an experience that can be done globally for the whole world.
Ok. Io avevo una foto, però non importa, è solo per mostrarle anche i nostri giovani della mia università, della LUMSA.
I have a picture here which does nothing else but shows our young people in our university, LUMSA, in Rome.
Nel quale non solo fanno service learning, sino che
our students do not only do service learning,
ma loro stanno diventando leader del service learning anche attraverso i suoi dottorati, i suoi studi.
They are becoming leaders of service learning through their studies, through their doctorates.
E noi stiamo imparando a guardare il service learning attraverso lo sguardo di loro, uno sguardo giovane.
And we are learning to look at service learning from the point of view of the students, of the youth.
E porto il saluto loro, io soltanto li rappresento. Grazie.
So I bring you their greetings. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Karina, for sharing your reflection. At this point, and in the interest of time, I hope you're not that hungry. Allow me to read 2 or 3 questions from our online and on-site participants. And, okay, there's something in the Mentimeter. Allow me to read your question. For all the participants, including Dr. Furco, who is joining us online, thank you for the wonderful inputs. The power of storytelling is an effective tool to propagate service learning for all our speakers. Can you share one powerful story you heard in your program? And can we start with Anne, followed by Tommy, and then Dr. Matt, and then Dr. Furco, maybe.
Excuse me, may I have your questions again?
Okay, let me repeat. Can you share one powerful story, maybe most significant story you heard in your own program?
Okay. Okay, wow, that is very interesting questions. Okay, so for my experience, I would say the experience from when I go into the South India, we do a service learning, and I had met a girl. Her name is Salle. And Salle is actually a girl with a little bit disabled. And during we accompany with the children and also with Salle, we actually talk very much. And we have a, and actually I was so surprisingly, even Salle's environment is not really, I would say, compared with the urban city, his environment is not much, but still, she's very happy all the time. Every time I see her, she just smiles. And I'm just surprising, and sometimes less is more. And that is why I think, I would say that is a very impressive moment for me. Yeah.
All right, okay,
Thank you.
Thomas, your thoughts?
Yeah, thank you. I'm thinking about this woman that joined our program and went through all the trainings that we offer at the Mirror of Hope. And then after getting all the skills that she needed, she went ahead and opened her own shop, a sewing shop, to make clothes and things like that. And what makes me very proud of this woman is she did not just stop at making her own shop and earning her own money, but she started inviting young girls and training them how to make clothes. And today, she's earning a living from her own shop, making clothes and doing all these sorts of things. But she has opened it up to be able to train many young girls, and I'm just amazed at the ripple effect that is having, because we had this, she came to us when she had literally nothing, but after the training, she's now able to go out and impact the lives of many others. And for me, that's the kind of change that we would love to see, people doing something to change their own community.
Yeah. Wonderful, amazing. Thank you, Thomas. Dr. Matt?
Probably something that stood out to me the most was in a program we ran, Kicking Goals Together, which was engaging youth from refugee and migrant backgrounds. We had teams from Iraqi and Assyrian backgrounds. We also had a Rohingya team of young men who'd migrated to Australia, from Myanmar. And we were having a weekly soccer tournament, and it got to the point when Ramadan was on. And the young gentleman came and spoke to us and said, look, the time the games are on, this really isn't working because we haven't eaten all day and this is getting really hard. So what we did is we had a conversation with all of the different teams, some Christian, some from, Muslim backgrounds, and together we worked out that we could move things so that we could play after the sun went down. We'd have time, to have something to eat and we'd be good to go. And that in a program that was designed to try and create welcome for youth from refugee and migrant backgrounds, this was watershed for those young men. It meant a lot to them that at a Catholic university with a very diverse group of teams, we all worked something out so that Ramadan could be supported. Then the next week we turned up and they had set up a Rohingyan banquet on the bleachers there. So we all broke the fast together before we played football, and it was one of the most moving things I've ever been involved in. Many of those young men are all grown up now. They've started families, they've finished degrees in Australia, and it was beautiful to be a part of their journey.
Wonderful experience, Dr. Ma. Thank you. And Dr. Furco, can you put him online?
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, Professor. We can hear you clearly.
There's so much wonderful energy there.
Thank you, sir.
I think about Sheila, who was a wonderful student, who had some physical challenges, who was bound to a wheelchair. And one of the things when we talk about our service learning experience, she came up and said, you know, could I do something else because I don't think I could do it? And I said, why not? And so we talked through it and we told her we would do all we could to support her. And there she shows up and with the different service learning experiences that the students were doing. And it really inspired other students. It inspired those members of the community with whom we were partnered and working with. And she really made us think about our own value, what Ms. Chen was saying earlier, and really thinking about who can do service. And this is really something that all of us can do, regardless of age, regardless of ambition, regardless of ability. And so that was very, very inspiring, and I'll always take that with me.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Furco. One last question. Thank you, sir. One last question. This is for Dr. Pink. For Dr. Pink, can you expound how ACU ensures quality service learning experience? What factors do you consider to ensure or achieve this? Sir?
Thanks, mate. Look, it's a great question, and I think this is definitely a growth area for ACU. I think we have some examples of very high quality service learning at ACU, and what would I classify that as? That is courses that have appropriate critical reflection, that have a meaningful engagement with the community, where the teaching staff themselves have a relationship with community partners, where a set of activities have been co-designed and co-created, and where there is transformational change for both community members and students, and that can be evidenced, and that the service learning experience is clearly linked to the learning outcomes of that course of study, and it's intentional. It's not just something that's been bolted on because somebody said, hey, you've got to do service learning. So there's definitely examples of that, but then there's other examples where we are trying to raise the mean standard over time, and that can be done in a number of ways. I think engaging with the literature in the field is a good start. Recently, through the excellent work of Dr. Jenna Zordagan, as many of you will know, and our Chair of Academic Board, we conducted a system-wide review of our 18+ community engagement, we call it community engagement, sorry, units of study, to really identify what were the strengths of these units, but what were also the growth areas for each unit too, or course, because it's iterative. And I think you have to be coming back each year looking at ways that you can improve both the pedagogy, the content, and the assessment, including critically reflective assessment, but also keeping an eye on what is it actually achieving with community, what are the outcomes there, and also what are our students learning or not learning. So how do you ensure it? I think it's a means of quality control. I think having a centralised agency that is focused on service learning is useful in institutions if you're lucky enough to have those, and that you're always looking to raise the standard as far as that goes. But how do you ensure? I think it's those quality control measures.
Control measures. Thank you very much, Dr. Math. So thank you very much for those who sent their questions. Since we are not able to read them all, we will share this with our speakers so they can also respond. So again, our deepest gratitude to all our 4 speakers, Professor Andrew Furco, Dr. Matt, Thomas, Ann Chen, of course our reactor, Dr. Rosa. A round of applause for them. Thank you once again. I will turn now the microphone to Ms. Candice for some announcements. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much once again to our inspiring speakers and to our moderator, Ms. May. Everyone, we are halfway through this productive day and we will be taking a pause for about an hour to have our lunch. The buffet table is available at the floor lobby outside. Of course, our participants may use the dining area on both sides of the venue. We also have a table, I believe, on the left side near the entrance door, good for 10 people, allotted for our vegetarian participants. If there are concerns with the food, please do not hesitate to approach the catering staff or anyone from the organizing committee. We continue to invite you to check out the products of the DLSU partner communities. Their booths are available also outside. We were also informed that someone might be missing a piece of jewelry that they have worn today. It is available, ma'am, on the registration booth. When we return from lunch, we will immediately proceed to the first concurrent session on student engagement. Participants are advised to return to the plenary hall by 1:50 p.m., especially those who will be joining the sessions in the Yuchenko building. There will be designated ushers who will guide you to your assigned rooms. The concurrent session in the afternoon will start at exactly 2 p.m. Thank you, everyone, and have a good lunch. dear participants, I hope that you're having a great lunch. Please allow me to once again invite you all to check out the products of our partner communities. We have from the General Trias Dairy Racers Cooperative. They are selling dairy products, and the ube milk is a must-try. From the Erda Foundation Incorporated, they have hand-painted canvas bags and pouches. We also have from Upskills Foundation, bags, pouch, and Christmas decorations made of soft drink stab. We also have from Philippine Jesuit Prison Services, Pag-asa sa Paglaya. They are offering homemade candles by the families of persons deprived of liberty. Once again, I hope that you can check out the products that they are selling. Booths are available outside. Thank you very much for your support. Hello once again, dear participants. I hope that you had a great lunch and a quick rest. At this point, we invite everyone to return to the plenary hall as we are about to begin our afternoon session. Once again, we are calling all participants to return to the plenary hall as we are about to begin our afternoon session. Thank you. Hello again, our dear participants. May we request everyone to be seated and settle down as we begin our afternoon session. We invite you to be seated and settle down as we are to move to our assigned rooms for the concurrent session. Good afternoon, everyone. How are you? How is the lunch? I hope you enjoyed it very much. For the concurrent session, dear participants, we have 4 assigned rooms. One is this plenary hall. The next one is the ITEO room at this same building, Henry C. Building. The third one would be in the Yuchenko Building, 603, and Yuchenko Room 605. There will be ushers at the back of the room who will be guiding us to the assigned room. So kindly approach the ushers. I believe they will be holding a signage, so you may approach them. Again, it's in this plenary hall, the ITEO room at the Henry C. Building, and the Yuchenko Room 603 and 605. We will all be back at the plenary hall by 3:15 to 3:30 p.m. for a short coffee break and the next parts of our symposium. Once again, we are expected to be back at the plenary hall by 3:15 to 3:30 p.m. after our concurrent session for a short coffee break and the next parts of our symposium. See you all later.
Good afternoon, everyone. May I please request our speakers to occupy their respective seats? Ms. Melina Healy, Susan L. O'Rourke, Amy Zellers, Maria Luz Badiola, and Dr. Julie Lucille Del Valle. Esteemed colleagues and distinguished guests, I'm truly happy to welcome you to the 4th Uniservitate Global Symposium, a global effort between the Latin American Center for Solidarity Service-Learning, or CLAYSS, and our valued partner, Salle University, Manila, the Asia and Oceania regional hub of Uniservitate. This symposium marks a significant gathering of minds and hearts committed to the pursuit of knowledge and positive change. Our theme, Transformative Service-Learning, Cultivating Student Engagement, Community Partnership, and Spiritual Reflection for Social Change, encapsulates the essence of our mission today. In this specific session, Student Engagement in Service Learning, we delve into the critical core of this transformative journey. The first paper presentation examines the transformative influence of a primary physical education service learning project on various stakeholders. Discover how this initiative shapes perspectives and fosters meaningful connections in just a few short discussion. Dr. Abby Brady has been working in community engagement and service learning throughout her career in higher education. Through addressing collaborative projects, Dr. Brady has seen the transformative effects of service learning for community partners, students, staff, and the university. This area of Dr. Brady's work has been a source of ongoing inspiration and job satisfaction. Reflecting on their SL activity has helped them recognize the importance of open and thoughtful dialogue with partners to curate projects that address authentic challenges and provide opportunities for transformative change for all involved. As a coach, developer, and an accredited sport and exercise psychologist, Dr. Abby's work in SL so far has related to creating projects with partners in the areas of PE, sport and physical activity, to address developmental, health, sustainability, organizational, and/or social justice goals. Ms. Laura Davis is a lecturer and the course lead for the Physical Education, Sports, and Youth Development PESYD program at St. Mary's University, Twickenham. As a former school teacher, Laura first recognized the value of service learning while coordinating and teaching through community-based projects for students at her school in Thailand. Now working in HE in the UK, Laura is passionate about providing undergraduate students with opportunities to engage with and contribute to their local communities. She has worked alongside colleagues to embed service learning opportunities within the PESYD program, forming partnerships with a range of local schools and community organizations, and collecting data to evaluate the impact of these collaborations. Ms. Melina Healy is a senior lecturer in learning development at St. Mary's University. Formerly, she held roles as a science teacher and lecturer in sports therapy, biomechanics, anatomy in the UK and Italy. Throughout her career, Melina has sought ways to collaborate with the community and over stakeholders to enhance the student experience. For example, working with Premier League teams to embed football coaching courses and teaching collaboratively with the College of Osteopathic Medicine in Milan, Italy. Melina has been involved with primary schools to embed PE as a fundamental of the curriculum and through this published book titled The Maze of Learning Physical Development. Currently at St. Mary's University, Melina is working with colleagues in the PE Sport Youth Development Program on a related service learning project in primary schools. Melina is passionate about the impact that service learning can have on all stakeholders involved. Please welcome our speakers from St. Mary's University, United Kingdom, in their paper titled Examining the Impact of a Primary Physical Education Service Learning Project for Different Stakeholders.
Hi, as you can see, there's only one. So I'm Melina. Thank you for having me here and welcoming me to the university. It's a great pleasure to be able to share the work that we've been doing. I was hoping it was going to move, but okay. Thank you. That would be a start, wouldn't it? Oh, there we go. It's okay, I'm good. Thank you, I've got it. Thank you. Okay, so the aims of the presentation today is really just to describe the service learning activity that we've done. Look at a little bit of the research, not too much. We're publishing a paper on that, so we will focus on that in the paper, but really to share some of our key findings and recommendations related mostly to the student engagement. So the whole purpose of this activity was to be mutually beneficial to the community. That's where this all starts. But really to be thinking about a partnership that provided opportunities for our students to have some sort of positive impact within the partner school, but also to have an impact on their pupils. Most of what I'm going to focus on today is really going to be about the student engagement part, but as I keep referring to it, we're writing up the rest. And this is such a multi-layered activity that there are many strands to it. So we could look at it from the perspective of our student base. We can look at it from the perspective of the pupils at the school that we went into. We could look at it from the perspective of the staff at the school and the impact that it had on them. And then finally, the impact that it had on myself and my colleagues and our own pedagogical practice. So in developing this activity, we were really keen to make sure that it was what the school needed, that they were at the centre of the project, not just that it was what we wanted, but it had very much to rest on the school's needs. So the head teacher at the primary school had identified that due to the pandemic and the fact that our schools were closed and children were at home, that they'd fallen behind in some of their developmental benchmarks. Particularly those for physical fitness, and their movement quality was really poor. The project then focused on embedding movement into the PE curriculum. It's worth saying here that the primary school didn't have an awful lot of money or expertise within the PE field. So they were struggling really to be able to put on good quality PE sessions, and then also to have after-school clubs for the children. And just a small piece of background, the actual school, although Twickenham, the area that St Mary's is quite an affluent area, we have a lot of migrants coming in. So, and this particular school takes a lot of migrant children. So there are an awful lot of English as a second language children, and a lot of children that have relocated due to various things. Some of it with the Ukraine war particularly, they'd taken in a lot of children from the Ukraine. So just to kind of give you a bit of an idea. And they were finding that not only were the children struggling with movement, but their social skills were reduced, and also just that their confidence in themselves was lost. So there was a lot of anxiety. What we sought to do was to embed a program that enriched not just our students, but also the pupils and staff at the primary school. we spent the whole of our semester 2 working with our students. The first half of the semester, we worked with them to help them to understand the importance of fundamental movement skills and their relevance and link to cognitive understanding, behavior, and processing in the children. And then in the second half of the semester, the second 6 weeks, we went into the primary school with our students and they ran the primary school sessions. So they ran regular sessions during the day and then they did some after school sessions, all free, so that all children could experience it. Okay, so with a project like this, obviously there's a lot of planning that is involved, and we actually started the conversations with the school in October 2022, sitting down with them, trying to work out what they needed, how could we best support them, and then how could we support our students to be able to deliver some really good quality sessions, but that really focused on fundamental movement at its core. The actual data collection then started in January 2023 and went on until sort of August time. And we're still kind of going through some of the data. And some of the things that we did, so as I said to you previously, this is a multi-layered project, so there are many kind of different strands to it. We collected data from our St. Mary's students themselves, so we did focus groups and observations on them. We actually, so Laura and myself actually went into the school with the students and facilitated them. So we didn't run the sessions for them, we were just there almost as a safety net, so that in those first few weeks, if they had any problems, if they were worried about anything, they could ask us questions. And then as the time went on, they really sort of took over and rose to that. And I will talk about that in a second. We did surveys also from our students. And then the fundamental movement skills assessments, we taught our students how to assess the movement skills of the pupils that they were working with, so that they could really see the impact that the sessions that they were having, how they impacted the pupils they were teaching. And then we have reflective portfolios. So we were teaching them how to reflect as you would any teacher or lecturer. And we all know the value of reflecting on your own practice and allowing yourself to be able to improve, change things, and I suppose not really ever become masters, because that's not the idea. None of us are masters. But in order for us to be the best that we can be, reflection is an important tool, as we all know. We had surveys from the primary school students, and they gave us written portfolios, some really lovely things that they said about how they had improved. And then we also did focus groups and observations with the staff at the university, at the school, and surveys, and then we ourselves did our own focus groups, our own observations. But the thing that I'm mostly going to focus on today is the engagement that we saw in our students and the impact of that on them. So really, to kind of understand the engagement outcomes, you really sort of have to understand the way that the program worked. And I said that it was multi-layered. This is a picture of some of our students with the pupils at the primary school. So our pupils we were observing them, they were observing the students, the pupils, but also the teachers at the schools were invited to the sessions so that they could observe what was being done and why it was being done. And I'll come to that a little bit in a little bit. But just so you realize that there are kind of three things going on here. So for our students, some of the outcomes, and this is taken from our own focus groups with them. So we expected some really high quality work from them. They're level 6 students, so they're in their final year of their degree, but we expected them to perform at professional level of graduate teachers. So for them, we saw their confidence really improve. So they became a bit more happy to take risks. So a bit more able to adapt to what was in front of them. So at first they would worry about the, how is my session going to work? What will I do? If suppose a student can't do it, how am I going to change it? And they really, or can I change it? And they really grew and understood that they could be adaptable, they could change and adapt their sessions in order to be able to suit the students that were in front of them. Their professionalism, and their preparedness, their attendance, they were at every single session. We had no dropouts. Usually when you're asking for students to be at every session for a whole semester, you would expect that there might be some that maybe would struggle with that, but none of our students did. They really committed to what we were asking them to do. The level of their work, the level of excellence of the sessions that they performed, that they put on, really surpassed even what we thought going into it and what we were asking of them. And their knowledge of fundamental movement skills and how that links to teaching and how that links to behaviour and processing in the classroom really grew. And by the end of the project, they actually understood the relevance of PE, not just being something that was just about movement, but something that really made a difference to their students, could really enhance their lives. And these are just some of the things that our students said about the project itself from their own words. I'm not very good at going into student voice, so I'm sort of going to leave it there for a second to allow you to be able to read. But they essentially really felt as though they were practitioners, that they were given the chance to really step into the role of a teacher and really experience what that felt like. They were infused and surprised and invigorated by the reaction that the students had to them by the pupils. Some of our students, I know at the beginning, when we were asking them to do movement to music, particularly some of the male members of the group that are a lot more into football and perhaps playing rugby, and we were asking them to do movement to music as a warm-up, the comment that I got was, Mel, you want us to dance? You want us to dance? And I was like, no, it'll be fine, you'll be fine. And they were worried, but I have to say that from the very first week that they had to perform it to the students, they were brilliant. They were so professional. They had every move. And then when they saw the reaction of the students to them, that's when they realized the impact that they could have as teachers. I think, as this one says, they doubted the impact that general movement could have on young people and didn't really understand that really any movement that allows a child to be able to feel where they are in space, to be able to connect with their body and to be able to feel their limbs move is an important one. It's one that affects not just their confidence, but also their cognition and their understanding and their logic making. Oops. Some of the challenges that we had to overcome in moving forward with this is that we had to make sure that the staff interest and motivation was there, not of us, but of the staff at the school that we were going in to work with. We had to make sure that there was dedicated time to the project, so the time it took to get it going, to plan, but also the time that it would take in the schools, so taking time away from the teachers' time with the pupils as well. We built intentionally a good relationship with the school, putting them at the centre of what we wanted to do so that their needs came first. We were open and honest about everything that we did, in a sense that we laid out that there might have been problems where perhaps there are some students that wouldn't want to take part in the sessions because, you know, they would normally have been taken out of those sessions. And by that, I'm speaking about children with special needs, that at the beginning, when we went into the school, they were being taken out of the PE sessions, but by the time we were towards the end of the sessions, they were staying, and not only staying, they were engaging fully in the sessions and had reached a kind of mastery that allowed them to help some of the other students around them so that their own confidence was growing. And because our students could see that, their confidence in their own abilities also grew. The student buy-in is one of those things that I think grew as we went over the weeks. And it's fair to say that at the beginning, they were a little bit skeptical because we're teaching them something that perhaps had never been taught before. And it's not very many prospective PE teachers or coaches that are taught that apart from sport being good physically, but actually it's also good for cognition and understanding. But by the end of the program, they actually had mastered that and understood it. We needed to make sure that it was something that was mutually beneficial. So as all service learning contracts are, that the idea is that it is good for us, but it's also good for the community. And that means that word of mouth, that in spreading the work, that sort of ripple will happen, because if you go into something that is not in, for want of a better word, in a selfish way, where we're not just thinking about how is this going to work for St Mary's and our students, but we're also thinking how is this going to work for the primary school that we're going into, their students and their staff, that then creates a mutually beneficial environment that becomes supportive and then will lead to long-term commitment, which is what we have. So for future things, we are now in year 2 of planning for our project. We started with 20 students last year. We've got twice that number and a waiting list at the moment. We have another member of staff that's come on board to assist in doing the project. And we have another primary school another Catholic primary school that's in a similar situation to the one that we're working at now, that's interested and would like to get on board. So things are moving really fast. We have provided CPD, so continued professional development, for the staff at the primary school to help them to develop their own understanding of fundamental movement skills and its relevance to them as classroom teachers. We are sharing our work in more detail so currently now we're sort of writing 3 papers looking at the different strands that this work has impacted. We are also looking at taking our work around into other areas of university. So at the moment, we are the only research centre, the only faculty that's doing service learning, but we've created a blueprint now that we can share with other areas to help them to be able to implement this or something similar so that we can start to grow our commitment to the community that we're part of, rather than just being St Mary's in the community because we're there as a building, that we're St Mary's in the community because we're there because of our hearts and minds and because of reaching out and making a difference in the community around us. And then we are about to start on some further research that will look at, and I think Matthew spoke about this, we'll look at the medium-term impact of our service learning contract. So how are our students now? What are they doing? How have they found that what they've been involved in, the project they've been involved in, how has that impacted them now moving forward into the next part of their career? So as they leave us and begin, some of them have started to do their PGCEs, so their postgraduate certificate in education, to teach PE. Some have gone on to go and do youth development. So how have they found that the work that we've done with them now and the impact that they've had in the primary school, how has that helped them as they move forward? And for our stakeholders for the primary school, how has our work impacted their teaching moving forward? And then we're also looking at the impact that that's had on us as lecturers and how it has impacted and influenced our own work as we move forward. So all is left for me to say is thank you for listening. And questions? Yeah.
Thank you very much, Ms. Healy. I will never look at the word embed the same way again. The way you employ this in your service learning project turned service learning into a secret magical ingredient to your classes. I'm sure our audience members have questions, but we'll save all of your questions for later until all the presentations are finished. Our second paper presentation investigates the transformative impact of service learning in rural Uganda, unveiling remarkable experiences and stories within this initiative. Dr. Susan O'Rourke is a professor in special education and director of Center for Global Engagement at Carlow University. She earned her doctorate in instructional design and technology and a master's in special education from the University of Pittsburgh. Susan was a teacher for children with multiple disabilities at the Children's Institute for 10 years prior to joining the faculty at Carlow in 1997. Susan is a past president of the Division of International Special Education and Services, a division of the Council for Exceptional Children, and provides professional development to teachers across the globe. Committed to bringing professional educators together, Dr. O'Rourke developed the Carlow and DISES roundtables and chaired several DISES conferences for international collaborations. A proponent of the value of service learning, Dr. O'Rourke developed multiple service-focused study abroad programs. She wholeheartedly embraces the Mercy mission of serving the underserved by leading teams of volunteers and students to work in developing regions in Africa and Central America to improve the lives of vulnerable children, including those with disabilities, children with whose support structures have been compromised, or those who have experienced trauma through abuse, disasters, or conflicts. She is a founding member of the nonprofit Vulnerable Children and Youth Action, responsible for drilling 11 clean water wells and building the first inclusive school in the Tiso region of Uganda. Publications include the British Journal of Technology, Exceptional Children, and chapters in textbooks. Dr. Amy Zellers is the Interim Associate Provost and a tenured Associate Professor of Philosophy at Carlow University, where she has taught since 2013. She also has served Carlow in a variety of roles, including Chair of the Art, Communication, and English Department, Co-Chair of the University Faculty Assembly, and as the Michelle R. Atkins Endowed Chair for Ethics across the curriculum. She is also actively engaged with the Center for Global Engagement and participated in study abroad activities in Ireland, Italy, and Uganda. In 2023, she was awarded the Carlow University Mercy Service Award for her service both in and outside of the university. Amy's scholarship interests are twofold. The first area is ethics and emerging health technologies. The second, ethics pedagogy, stems from her passion and dedication as an educator. She has presented locally, nationally, and internationally in both research areas. Amy has also served as an on-call clinical ethicist and ethics committee member at the University of Pittsburgh Medical Center, Mercy Hospital, and For Life Pittsburgh. Join me in welcoming our speakers from Carlow University, United States of America, with their paper titled Transformative Service-Learning in Rural Uganda.
Thank you so much, and especially I want to thank the organizers of this symposium for giving us the opportunity to share the work that we're doing, but mostly to learn new ways and new methods for improving our service learning opportunities that we have at Carlow University. So I do see our slides are just running without us. It's okay. So The first thing that we always need to do when we're taking our students abroad is to prepare them for the program that they're going to have. Our work in Uganda started in 2013, and so we have an extensive record of working with partners there over the years, and we try to explain to our students what they're going to encounter when they're working in Uganda. Because our students, typically from Pittsburgh in the United States, are very provincial, and they don't have a lot of experience going outside of the United States. And so it can oftentimes be culture shock for them to see that people live differently. And that probably is one of the biggest takeaways that we hear from our students, is that they understand their privilege, they understand the benefits that they have received, and learning what other people encounter and challenges is really important for them. So how far did we go in the slides? Okay. Oh, there we go. So basically what we try to do is prepare them in a way that they understand what the conditions are. We often have to, just explain to them that Uganda is in the continent of Africa. Their practice in geography isn't always what it should be. And learning about how people get around the country is just as important to their learning as the work that they're going to do there. So that pre-departure meeting is really essential to them. But the work that we have been engaged in since 2023 focuses on 3 areas. One is in increasing students' access to education, and we have done this by training many teachers along the way, going and visiting schools in Uganda, and drilling wells in order to improve access to basic health care. But when we started looking at how we wanted to create a program for our students in Uganda, we needed to be able to first understand what the needs were there and if we had anything to offer. And we used the Harvard theory of change model of backward mapping so that we could identify where we would have the greatest impact. And our starting point was to look at how we could improve the lives of vulnerable children, especially those with disabilities. And we understood that the UNCRPD had been signed in 2008, and that they had requested support from us. And so that's how we identified the fact that this could be a service learning opportunity for our students, because we didn't want to make assumptions about what their needs were. And we always, before we design our service learning programs, we conduct site visits, and we meet with individuals there to learn about their needs. And some of the things that we've learned about is that they have a limited access to eyeglasses. And so every time that we go, our students collect used eyeglasses, and we take thousands of eyeglasses with us, and we conduct vision assessments, and we hand out eyeglasses. It's very important for us that we have really terrific partners that we work with. We work with 5 major NGOs when we go to Uganda. This provides our students with a breadth of experiences, not just in education, but also in healthcare and basic access to healthcare and basic needs. This is a picture of 2 of our coordinators there, Rachel and James. We've been working with them since 2013, and they meet with us and let us know what their needs are. And so every year, our service learning experience is a little different because we base what we're going to do on the needs that they identify. One of the things that has been consistent in our work there is that we recognize that the disability rate in Uganda is much higher than it is in other parts of the world. And part of that is that their water sources are contaminated. And so this can cause blindness and disease. And we have been working with those communities to drill wells. And at this point, we've drilled 11 wells. And so part of the service learning is that the students help us raise funds to drill the wells, and they participate in talking with the community members and seeing how this is going to impact or change, especially women's lives, as they have access to clean water. I'm sorry. Here we go. Amy?
Hello. I'm going to speak just a little bit to our healthcare. So access to healthcare is a very real challenge for individuals living in rural communities. COVID-19 dramatically impacted all of our travel, so we were not able to go to Uganda in 2020. So we conducted a site visit in 2021 to ensure that our service learning offerings were actually meeting the needs and the emerging needs of the communities based on the pandemic. And we learned from our partners, James and Rachel in Buketia, that there's a deep desire to provide Ugandan healthcare professionals with professional development opportunities, specifically around maternal health and antenatal care. And our community partners also expressed a deep concern that there was not enough clinical outreach in rural communities. So we took that back to our institution, and we coordinated our nursing faculty and our students who were attending the 2022 trip to build a professional development conference on maternal health and plan for health clinics. And so this specific service learning project in Uganda involved our students conducting research into local maternal health challenges and barriers to care, researching and developing materials for dissemination to address identified challenges, crafting a presentation for the conference, but most importantly, with equal time after each presentation for conversation with those Ugandan healthcare professionals to further explore the challenges and barriers and collaborate together and suggest solutions and identify additional resource needs. So along with the conference, Carlos nursing students provided health clinics in remote communities, working alongside local nurses in Uganda in 3 communities in 2022. This was very enriching for both groups. After that first conference, we collected and analyzed feedback from the Ugandan health professionals and community members through focus groups and surveys. And the result of that feedback was that it allowed us to zero in our focus on education and child development milestones for our 2023 conference. And we also received a lot of feedback that there was greater need around community outreach. So this past summer, we expanded our clinical outreach to 5 communities and 2 additional schools. That included both clinical assessments as well as eyeglass distributions in each area. And so based on community need, we're currently engaged in even more permanent clinical outreach solutions, including working together with communities to build a level 3 clinic in Okat, which is one of our most rural communities that we collaborate with. And ground was broken this past summer. It was really quite exciting.
And then we, together with that, we continue to work specifically with the children with disabilities, bringing in used medical equipment like walkers for little children and braces for kids with physical disabilities, and some, over the years, some hearing aids and things like that. We are very excited that we just finished building this school. We started this in 2014. It's taken us this long to have all of our funds raised. This is the first inclusive school in a very rural community in Uganda. And we've been working with another school for kids with disabilities, Noah's Ark School for Children with Disabilities. And this allows us to really make this opportunity available for our nursing students, our education students, our psychology students, and our social work students. So we try to connect it to their majors so that it has meaning for them. And we will say that our faculty have really worked with us and allowed us to have our students earn clinical hours towards this. And that's really important for our students as well.
Thank you very much, Susan and Amy. Your discussion on backwards mapping kind of transported me back to when I want to write a script. Thinking backwards helped me understand the scene and characters better. I would say that you evidently discuss how extensively you devote your time to community immersion, being in the community, nurturing students' understanding of the whys of service learning. Thank you for sharing your inspiring stories. Our third paper presentation, in our third paper presentation, our speakers scrutinized the challenges of service learning during the lockdown in typhoon-prone rural communities in the Philippines, raising questions about the beneficiaries of service. Dr. Maria Luz T. Badiola is the Dean of the College of Education of Ateneo de Naga University, a center of excellence in teacher education in the Philippines. She holds a PhD in development education and sits as supervisor and panel examiner of student research in education. She is engaged in various university, regional, and national projects on curriculum development and evaluation. She is also a national and regional officer of the 2 national associations of teachers in the country. She teaches courses in teacher education, teaching history and social justice, teaching, reading, and literacies. Dr. Julie Lucille Del Valle holds a PhD in comparative education, curriculum, and pedagogy from the University of Melbourne, Australia. She is Associate Professor in the College of Education at Ateneo de Naga University in the Philippines. She teaches professional teacher education courses and is committed to training pre-service teachers who practice active and creative pedagogies. Her research interests include ethnographic methods, comparative education, learner-centered education as a global reform policy, cultural responsive teaching pedagogies, and rural education, and service learning in teacher education. Please welcome our speakers from Ateneo de Naga University, the Philippines, with their paper titled Service for Whom? Service Learning Challenges During the Lockdown in Typhoon-Prone Rural Communities in the Philippines. Please direct your attention to their pre-recorded video.
From Melbourne, today we're going to share our insights on sustainability of pedagogical outreach activities of Ateneo de Naga University Service Learning during the lockdown in the Philippines. In our paper presentation today, we're going to discuss what service learning is based on our research, which was recently published as a book chapter. And our research used immersive, participatory, qualitative research approach. And towards the discussion of our qualitative data, we're going to discuss some of the benefits and challenges of service learning according to the participants of our research. First, the College of Education students, who are the main providers of the service learning program, and the rural public school pupils and their parents, who are the recipients of the program. And towards the end of our paper presentation, we are going to discuss and share some of the insights that we've learned as part of the conclusions section on service learning sustainability. So what is service learning? It is a teaching method which engages university students in off-campus immersive activities to apply academic knowledge and critical thinking skills to address genuine local community needs. Overall, there have been a lot of studies conducted on service learning, and these studies show that service learning is indeed effective in student engagement and also creating strong linkages or partnerships with local communities. Because community-based experiences concretize students' understanding of theories taught inside the classroom, service learning is found effective in preparing university students in their chosen careers. Generally, service learning has been practiced across different disciplines, including the STEM programs, nursing, and public health, law, and legal studies, humanities, but service learning is quite popular among teacher education programs. This is because service learning is found effective in teacher training in the way that it strongly develops a strong sense of social responsibility among future teachers, and it also creates strong linkages between universities and their local school partners, allowing for a community rebuilding. In the succeeding slides, we are going to be discussing some of the lessons that we've learned from our research, which was published under Australian authors under Springer Singapore Publications. And our research title is Service Learning During Lockdown, a School University Rural Community Outreach Partnership in the Philippines. Our research used constructivist qualitative research approach, and this would mean that it's a deeply immersive, participative, qualitative research employing ethnographic research methods. We made use of these methods because it allows us, the researchers, to make meaning of the perceptions, lived experiences, and understanding towards service learning from the students and pupils who directly experience the service learning program themselves. And the students are our students from the College of Education in Ateneo de Naga University. Ateneo de Naga University has long been practicing community outreach programs. In the late 1990s, Ateneo de Naga created its Center for Community Development, which is an office in charge of the community extension programs of the university. Later in 2012, the University Social Involvement Council was created to further assist CCT in its community outreach programs. It was only in 2019 when Ateneo de Naga formalized its university policy on service learning. There are two types of service learning programs in Ateneo de Naga. The first one is a community-based service learning program, and the other one is course-based. It means that the service learning program is incorporated within a particular course or subject offered by a particular college. So in January 2020, the College of Education starts its in-course or subject-based service learning through a subject called Building and Enhancing New Literacies Across the Curriculum with a course code EDUM 301. For the university professors here in education, you would know that Building and Enhancing New Literacies is a professional education course in which education students or education majors, future teachers, are enrolled in this prof ed subject. So the College of Education in Ateneo de Naga moves in the same direction to also align its teacher training curriculum to the Commission on Higher Education memo on service learning. So why EDUM 301? Why this subject in particular? Because this EDUM 301 becomes a suitable course program which service learning can be incorporated to. And also because the course description of EDUM 301 as provided by CHED states that field-based interdisciplinary explorations and other teaching strategies shall be used in this course. So making EDUM 301 a perfect course program to incorporate service learning into. So the service learning that we have adopted in the College of Education is a reading literacy program for far-flung rural school Bicolano students. In this course-based service learning program, the education students were required to create a reading booklet with their original stories written in Bicol dialect. And these stories depict Bicolano culture, and values. These students were also required to create their own original illustration about the stories that they have written. Here is an example of an original reading booklet created by one of our education students. After the stories, the students were also required to come up with vocabulary questions and comprehension questions, which have to undergo several revisions in order to align these questions to the Bloom's taxonomy and to the principles of learner-centered assessment. These students were also required to come up with interactive learner-centered activities, which would allow its readers to be creative and reflective. This is another example of an original reading booklet created by our education student with her original illustration on the booklet cover and the dedication page, and the original story written by the student, followed with the vocabulary questions and the comprehension questions, and some creative activities for the young readers who will be receiving her reading booklet, and a prepared answer sheet. In March 2020, when the Community Outreach Service-Learning Reading Program was ready for implementation, the entire Philippines, however, was placed under total lockdown in the same month. With the changing times brought about by the pandemic and made more difficult by natural calamities, considering that Bicol was hit with 3 consecutive typhoons in the same year of the pandemic, the Ateneo de Naga University faces challenges not only in delivering its service learning programs to its partner communities, but also in engaging its students as volunteers, given the safety protocols and quarantine restrictions. With such challenges, the university is then required to exercise some degree of flexibility in implementing its service learning programs in times of unforeseen and confronting events. With quarantine restrictions still in place in the entire country, post-disaster management programs become extremely challenging. This then called for the Ateneo de Naga University to adjust its service learning programs in response also to the various post-disaster relief and management programs to its affected partner communities. Instead of the on-site delivery of the service learning program, which was prohibited during the quarantine restrictions, the College of Education created alternative ways to sustain the service learning program during the lockdown in the form of literacy care kits or literacy ayuda for the rural public school pupils who are supposed to participate in a year-long weekly reading program with the College of Education students as their reading teachers in their own rural schools. This literacy care kit or ayuda was achieved through distance donations of the reading booklets and care kits to the rural school principal, who then handed the booklets and the care kits to the rural school pupils through individual home visits. This arrangement lasted for 2 years, from 2020 to 2022, until such time that the rural school pupils were able to finally go to school and receive the reading booklet and care kits themselves. It is also these rural school pupils and their parents who became our research participants for the in-depth interviews. The next slides will be allotted for our findings and discussion of qualitative data. Interviews with our college students, who are the main providers of the service learning program, reported significant challenges surrounding service learning, saying that it is very time-consuming and costly, especially that they have to shell out their own personal money to buy food or learning materials for the little siblings of the rural pupils who tag along during the service learning program, as there's no one who's going to take care of these little kids at home, given that their parents work on the farm on weekends. These college students also reported that they have to provide the rural kids with a kilo of rice or canned goods just to make them participate or attend the community outreach programs. One particular college student explained and reported that parents become more motivated to send their children to school for the service learning program on weekends instead of sending them to farms. Without these incentives, usually the parents will just let their kids to work on the farm rather than go to the outreach program. The rural pupils and their parents have particularly telling stories about their experience in service learning, saying that they feel burdened of the additional tasks required in the outreach given the household chores and the farm work that they have to take care of. An interesting story was told by one rural people saying that his father used his modules as fuel to cook rice as all their firewood were soaked in the flood after the parade of 3 typhoons Quinta, Rolly, and Ulysses during the last few months of the year 2020 when the Philippines was still under heavy lockdown. The father, in response, during the interview, has a powerful explanation saying, "It was a difficult decision for me to do, especially seeing my son crying over his burnt modules. But what does a father need to do when his family needs to eat? Which is the better choice, education or food on the table?" The rural parents' narratives continue in saying that rather than Android tablets, our children need learning modules so they can continue school as classes stop this pandemic. We don't have internet connection here in the rural hills, so the tablets which politicians give to our kids are nice, but useless. They further commented that it's good that Ateneo ask first what our community needs rather than making assumptions of what we need, because what they want to give are those we may not need or actually do more harm than good, like those tablets. This theme on asking first what the community needs and not making assumption of what the community need is a significant finding in our research which shaped our conclusion and recommendation for future research and implementation and practice of service learning programs in the Philippines. Our research conclusion will be discussed by my co-author, Dr. Maria Luz T. Bajola, who is also the Dean of the College of Education, who will be sharing the insights on how to sustain service learning programs in universities.
Hi, I'm Dr. Maria Luz T. Bajola, and I will share with you the conclusion part of our paper. In particular, insights on how to sustain service learning programs in universities. Now more than ever, the value of service learning could not be more relevant and urgent in this time of pandemic. This value is emphasized within the rich narratives of the teacher education students who have first-hand immersive experience as volunteers in a community outreach service learning program in public schools within far-flung rural communities in the Philippines. In these narratives, the university students illuminated the ways in which service learning becomes a worthwhile opportunity for teacher training, social responsibility, and community building, rebuilding. First insight. Service learning opens windows for the teacher education students to gain a broader perspective in their future career in ways that the community outreach allows them to immerse in the local ways of teaching that are centered on the actual needs of young people within their communities. Not only that service learning challenges the students' notions regarding traditional ways of teaching at this difficult time of the pandemic, made worse by the natural disasters that hit the Philippines, it also concretizes the theories that teacher education students learn in the classroom as they become more critical of what pedagogies to practice for education reform in this time of new normal. Second insight, as the teacher education students become exposed to the realities of life in a pandemic, their direct experience in delivering service learning programs help them to be sensitive to the call of this difficult time and to the actual needs of their immediate communities. With this, the teacher education students are able to reframe their plans in future as well as define their sense of purpose as a person within the society. as cited by Adario and Marquez in 2017. This then allows students to become more reflective of their purpose in life as they develop a stronger sense of cultural literacy and social consciousness, as cited by Oak in 2001. Thus, in realizing their commitment towards social transformation, universities must be able to connect to their curriculum or must be able to connect their curriculum with the inherent caring and concern young people have for their world. This is cited by Kay in 2010. It is in this framework of service learning that its theories believe that true education reform can be achieved. More importantly, service learning becomes an avenue for students to use their classroom learning in connecting to their local community, and see valuable human connections during the time of their physical isolation. It is during this time that the teacher education students realize that service learning is indeed still possible, if not more relevant and urgent in the midst of the pandemic, an opportunity seized with optimism in this new future. Overall, findings in the study illuminate the critical importance of home visits rather than assuming the needs of the community as forms of local needs assessment before the delivery of any service learning to partner rural communities of a university, particularly those which are prone to typhoons and natural disasters. Administrators, teachers, and future researchers could focus on the value of local needs assessments as important tools in determining specifically what service the community truly needs, how the service should be delivered, and for how long the service program should continue. A closer look into the local needs assessment could provide clearer guidelines for universities as they re-examine, redesign, and implement policies on service learning in their partner schools, particularly those delivered via virtual or traditional modes or both within disaster-prone communities as we move forward post-pandemic. Thank you.
It is interesting how the third paper presentation centered on offering service learning to future teachers. If a teacher affects eternity and teachers promote service learning, then making the world a better place is realistically attainable. And this starts in our classrooms, which service learning makes borderless. Dear speakers, your valuable insights today have been greatly appreciated. Thank you for promoting student engagement and service learning as a tool for lasting, positive change within your university, community, and country. Okay, we will now have the Q&A session. Our student ushers will go around to share with you the QR code for the Mentimeter. So you use the QR code to make a comment or ask questions. The comments and questions will be flashed on screen, and I'll try my best to read all of them if time permits. Your insights and questions are essential as we navigate this enriching session together. So while waiting for the audience members to ask their questions, I might as well ask one question for all our speakers. I wanted to ask about how service learning may be made inclusive and accessible to all students, but I think our speakers were able to discuss that briefly in their presentations. So I'd like to ask what key strategies promote strong partnerships between institutions and communities in service learning?
What strategies? I spoke a little bit about the open and honest conversations, and then I think every one of the speakers spoke about the importance of really listening to the needs of of your partners, your stakeholders. So for us, it was not just going to the school, and we were introduced to the school, but the most important thing, the start of a conversation was, what do you need? What would help you to improve PE at your primary school? What do you see that your children would need help with? That's got to be for us, that's where it starts. But I know that everyone has said, because there's a chance that you can go in almost as if you're, you know, a hero saving the day, and it's not about that. It's about finding out what is really necessary and how you are going to be able to bring about that change together. So it's a mutual thing.
If I could add to that, I feel like one of the most important things that we do in our work is come back. It's consistency. And oftentimes our partners there will say to us, we know you love us because you came back. And building on that relationship, they know they depend on us, and they know what to expect, and they feel free enough because we have a relationship to ask us and really kind of present their significant challenges and address those.
Another thing that's been pretty critical for our success is cultivating a sense of ownership for each of the projects within those community members and building capacities within those communities, because to your point, we're not trying to come in and be somebody's savior. We're trying to empower a community and just help facilitate that. So cultivating a sense of ownership has been critical.
Okay, thank you very much for your answers. I couldn't help but jot down very strong words that you mentioned in your answers, like conversations, mutuality, relationship, capacity. While I was listening to you, I kind of remembered one very important quote that I always share with my students in a service learning course, and this is by an Australian Aborigine, Lila Watson, and she says, if you are here to help me, you are wasting your time. But if you are here because you believe that your liberation is bound up with mine, come, let us work together. Okay, so maybe we can proceed with the questions. Do we have any questions? Let me just read the comment and question for you. Susan and Amy, great presentation. What steps do you take to support student well-being with respect to culture shock, reverse culture shock, vicarious trauma, etc.?
That is a really, really good question. And it's something that we are very fortunate, because one of the first faculty that I traveled with started the PsyD program in counseling psychology. So Dr. Mary Burke has really been helpful in really helping us with understanding that transition and guiding us through that. We have many faculty that are with us alongside our students, and we meet with them every single night. So after we have our service activities during the day, we're all eating dinner together, we're all hanging out and really having those conversations. We have found, and this is interesting, that some of our nursing students don't like to talk about the trauma that they shut that down. And we had some counseling students that came specifically to really kind of help them with that reflection, but they weren't interested in it. So that's a new challenge that we have. How do we get them to kind of just accept that and go beyond that? And then when we talk about that return, we do focus on that a lot. What we do is we schedule our safari on the last 3 days when we return, and that puts them back into a more familiar space of being a tourist rather than being really totally immersed and engaged in the community. And it also gives us some space from what we've just seen and some of the traumatic things that we've just witnessed. It gives us space to be able to be with our students and to support them through those days in a more relaxed atmosphere.
Yeah, and I think we also put a lot of efforts into the pre-departure work. If our program is in July, we'll start meeting with the students in February bi-weekly. They're prepared as they can be going in. So that, I think, lends itself a lot to our success as well.
Yes, very amazing work that you actually do. I think this is a wonderful way also to teach our students grit, because sometimes our students get too sensitive, they get triggered, but you were right when you said that service learning teaches them how to persist despite discomfort and persist despite adversities. Thank you. For SL in rural Uganda, how do you measure the impact of the SL outputs on the partner community or the beneficiaries, given you've partnered with them for 10 years? How does theory of change help in the project?
Well, I think one of the challenges that we do have is really kind of examining the data that we might be able to understand the impact. Because what we have learned over the last few years when we've been trying to get the data is that it's not accurate. So we'll be meeting with healthcare professionals and they will report that all of the young women of childbearing ages are reporting at the clinic and they're getting their books stamped, and then you'll be sitting with them, the actual midwives, and finding out that, oh no, they're not showing up. So we don't have accurate data, and we've been trying to work with the health ministry there to really start to collect data. It's, you know what, you have to meet people where they are. And so in that respect, we don't really have the kinds of measures that we would really value to see if we're moving the mark. What we do know is that when we started 10 years ago, that children with disabilities weren't being seen in any schools or classrooms. And what we do know is that now they are. So there are some, but there are still some that are hidden and just because of cultural norms. So I think that the impact is really based on what our community leaders are telling us, that the positive results that we're seeing.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. While I was listening to your presentation, I kind of made a resolve as well that sometimes in service learning, the most important aspects are not measurable. These are stories that you cannot, give a number for. And I also like how you made it clear in your presentation how extensive the preparations should be. And the extent of your preparation is something that can't be measured, but it translates when your students are there in the community. Okay, thank you. This next question is for Mel. Great presentation, Mel. Can you, did you observe any other learning and reflection related to systemic inequality?
Wow, good question. Thank you. Simply in a sense of the integration of the students, I spoke about the migrant students coming into the primary school and the special needs students that previous to us, so if I go back a minute, before we went into the school, 2 weeks before our students were due to work there, we went in and observed the students that they would be working with. So they would get an idea of how to prepare, who they were working with, how to, to think about when they're putting all these things together, who is it that we're going to be seeing, what would we maybe need to tweak or change. And one of the things that our students mentioned that we saw it, but they mentioned it first, was the way that, and it's not a criticism, but it's that when some of the special needs students were taken out before the sessions even begun, so that they weren't given the chance even to be, and not because they were trying to be detrimental, but they felt that it made them feel as if they couldn't because there were some movements that they couldn't do, so they took them out being kind because they didn't want them to feel like they were inadequate. And equally so, some of the children that didn't speak English, they kind of put them into a different section as well. And again, from the point of view of being kind, or they took them out thinking, oh, they can go and have an extra English lesson or an extra language lesson. And those are the very children that actually need the fundamental movement skills even more so than the others, that whole development of their eyes, their vision, and their hearing, that processing that's so important at that early stage of learning. And our students picked that up. So for us, it was, we've just been talking to them about this, and they came back and said, oh, you know, one of the things that really bothered us was that the students were being taken out. So one of the things that they suggested to do was that every session, there was, one of them would be dedicated to working in the session with those particular students, so that they were part of the whole session, but they had to start with a little bit of extra support to make them feel comfortable, confident, to try the moves. And as I said, by the end of the session, they were leading some of the little groups themselves. I think in the sense of inclusion, and that's probably the biggest impact.
Thank you very much for also highlighting the importance of processing and making sure that students, or either students in the SL project or students in the community, are included. I think that corroborates what Dr. Rourke said earlier when she explained how space with SL students matter, especially in processing the SL experience. Okay, thank you. We have a question for Susan and Amy, but probably Mel can also answer the question. How were your SL programs funded? Were they funded fully by your institution, or did you do fundraising? What were the strategies that you employed to fund your projects?
Okay, so this is really funny. When I first went into the community, and one of the leaders said that they wanted a school for children with disabilities so they wouldn't have to leave their communities. They said that they had made their own bricks, that they had their own land, but what they really needed was bags of mortar to be able to put the building up. And I asked, how much is a bag of mortar? And they said a bag of mortar is $12. And I said, well, how many bags do you need? And they said, well, we need 50 bags. So I kind of did the math, and I thought, okay, I can get $700-800 for this school. And I went home, and I asked my son, who was a college student at the time running the ski team, and who was raising money, and I said, how do you raise money, Dane? And he said, well, we have bar crawls. We sell T-shirts for $20, and then everybody pitches in, and we go around, and we have a fun night. And so that's how we raised the money for the school. We had bar crawls over the years. The first year we raised about $1,500, and then every year, it took us 4 years before we actually finished the building of the school. But after we'd been working there, and I have to say that my husband funded me personally for several years. But after I had been working there for about 4 years, there was a fund that was developed at the university, the Grace Ann Geibel Institute, and what that funded was mine and my colleagues' travel expenses. And so all of our faculty volunteer their times, their work there, and the students pay for their own travel. The students come up and pay for all of their airfare and all of their expenses while they're there. And they always do fundraising on some of the projects that we're doing. So that has been a challenge for us to get that funding. And I think I answered the question, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
For us, nothing as exciting as, although I'm going to take that on board actually for some of our other things, I like that idea. Ours was funded through, we have different research centres, and the service learning comes under the Sport with Inclusion and Faith Research Centre at St Mary's, and we applied for grant funding. We didn't need an awful lot of money, to be fair. The university provided all of the equipment that our students would use, and we gave our time, so like the after school events, the staff, we gave our time to be there with the students. So it was, but what we did need was just a small amount of money to buy speakers so that we could do the music for the sessions. But for us, that was all just grants.
Thank you very much for your answers. I'm sure that our SL practitioners here, especially from the Philippines, did learn a lot from your strategies and on how our projects may be funded. Any other questions? I think we have time for one more question. Key strategies. I would like to ask how you, although it was clear in your presentation how you were able to carry out your project successfully, but can you give us like very specific ways on how you inspire students to engage in service learning? I experienced some students who are either apprehensive or non-committing. Can you possibly shed light on how we encourage our students? Sometimes there are reticent or shy students. Sometimes they're non-committing. So how do you handle students who either do not commit or students who don't participate?
So that's an excellent question. One of the ways, so for our non-internationally based service learning projects, one of the strategies we've utilized is to integrate it directly into the curriculum to where there is no choice. So it's kind of forcing the vegetables on the plate, right? So certainly not ideal, because you want everybody who is engaged to want to be an active participant, because that produces the best sort of experience. And that's not pervasive across all of our programs, but many of our programs do have a compulsory service learning component, especially our pre-professional programs. When it comes to our international experiences, we try to make it as appealing as possible. So for example, our nurse practitioner students and nursing students receive clinical hours for the work that they do there. So they are getting course credit and, most importantly, clinical hour credit for these experiences. So we try to really build in a strong academic component, which really helps in recruitment, and maybe bring along some of those individuals who wouldn't initially be inclined to participate. And it's self-selection. Yeah, the international are completely self-selection. There's nothing compulsory about that.
For us, it's similar. It's embedded into the program, but they can choose the vegetables. So they choose to come on to the session, the module. So they've got a number of modules and they can just pick, but they, like they have to have 3. What we found last year was that meant that the students that came were really interested in primary school PE. They already had an inkling that maybe they would want to go into teaching PE or working with younger children. So they already had that idea. And one of the things that we did, I mean, Abby did it really well, is that she didn't quite read the Riot Act, but she did explain that because they were going to be dealing with young minds and they were dealing with young people that will look up to them, that will kind of see them as almost as mentors, because in a sense when you're teaching to little people, you are, you're everything to them. And that it was really important in them building that relationship, that they were there, that they were professional, that the children were expecting to see them every week once they came, and that they would, they'd be letting them down if they didn't. And they really took that on board. So much so that, like I said, we had no dropouts. But at the end, some of the feedback we got just a couple of weeks ago, and we went back to the school talking about, this coming semester, as one of the teachers said, oh, for children, when you left, all they keep saying is, when's St. Mary's coming back? When's St. Mary's coming back? Oh, miss, you used that from St. Mary's. That was a St. Mary's move, which is really good. But also, in thinking about the other side of it is that they have to write reflective practice. Yeah. So partly they're also marked on their reflections from their experience as well. So that all of those things make a difference to, to making sure that they are actually there.
Thank you. Maybe at first students get apprehensive, but I totally agree with you when you said that the cyclic action reflection process helps them understand either middle or towards the end of the project. Thank you. I'm sorry to be the bringer of bad news, but we have reached the end of our allotted time for Q&A. Before we conclude, let's recap the key takeaways from our discussion. Service learning goes beyond fulfilling academic requirements. It has the power to ignite a deep sense of purpose and engagement among our students. Successful service learning initiatives hinge on strong community partnerships, paving the way for enduring positive impacts. Encouraging students to reflect on their service learning experiences fosters personal growth and a deeper understanding of the value of community service. Students can be adaptive, consistent, and excellent despite struggles. When students understand the goals of service learning, they are more engaged, focused, and reflective. Thank you for your presence, your dedication, and your commitment to the cause of service learning. Let us continue this journey of discovery together as we recognize service learning as an educative, reflective, and transformative act of service. I'm Richie, and it's been an honor hosting this session. Enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Doc Ann, and our panel members. Marami pong salamat. Thank you for sharing your expertise, your experiences, your processes in doing your service learning activities. Once again, a round of applause to our speakers. At this point, we will be having another coffee break for the afternoon from 3:30 to 4 p.m. By 4 p.m., we will be back at the plenary hall for our second panel discussion. Thank you. Dear participants, we invite you to return to your seats. Let us go back to our seat as we will begin with the second panel discussion of this symposium. We will begin in about 2 minutes. So may we invite again everyone to return to their seats as we are about to start our afternoon panel discussion. To our participants, we invite you again to the plenary hall as we are about to begin our second panel discussion. Welcome back, dear participants. Welcome back, everyone. Congratulations to our paper presenters in each of the concurrent sessions. The one here in the plenary hall has been full of wonderful stories about their service learning programs, their processes and practices. And I believe this has also been the case in the other rooms and the other concurrent session. And with this, we would like to thank also the following esteemed moderators who have facilitated the discussions. We thank Dr. Ann Richie Balgos, Dr. Andres Peregali, Dr. Kimberly Megalios, and Miss Angelique Blasa Cheng. Let us sustain our enthusiastic spirit to learn and engage more as we carry on to the second panel discussion. This panel discussion centers on the theme of community partnership. Before I give the floor to the moderator and speakers, I invite once again everyone to direct your attention to the screen as we watch and listen to the voices of the youth, community partnership for social change.
Service Learning fue una experiencia muy importante para mí. Creo que tal vez fue la experiencia más importante durante toda mi vida o carrera universitaria, porque fue la primera vez que hemos logrado una conexión entre la población y la sociedad académica, ¿no? Porque normalmente no hay esa conexión, todos los estudiantes o docentes trabajan solo para sí mismos o entre ellos, y el Service Learning creó un espacio donde hemos podido trabajar con otra meta, una meta que es para conectar la sociedad.
Nasze działanie było bardzo ważne dla lokalnej społeczności. Było okazją, aby władze lokalne oraz organizacje społeczne spotkały się i porozmawiały o problemach w mieście.
To było zdecydowanie ważne działanie, ponieważ dzięki niemu nauczyłem się rozpoznawać i odpowiadać na potrzeby ludzi. Wyrobiło to też we mnie wrażliwość, dzięki której mogę łatwiej projektować tego typu przestrzenie.
Tak, to był ważny projekt dla mojego rozwoju. Nauczył mnie wykazania się swoją kreatywnością, ale również współpracy w grupie. Nauczył też spostrzegania i patrzenia na ludzi, wysłuchiwania ich i łączenia tego wszystkiego w spójną, jednolitą całość.
Tak, ten projekt był ważny dla mojego rozwoju osobistego. Polepszyłam swoją współpracę w grupie, dzięki temu też zdobyłam więcej umiejętności miękkich, otwartość na ludzi i ich wypowiedzi.
We proberen een ontmoetingsplaats te creëren, de dagen dat het geen markt is, op een plek als abattoir. Van daaruit is de VZ2 eigenlijk ontstaan. Ondertussen doen we al veel meer. Gaan we ook de stad in om daar op allerlei manieren ontmoetings te stimuleren. En alles bij ons begint eigenlijk vanuit een mobiele keuken. Dus overal waar we naartoe gaan, pakken we eigenlijk min of meer een mobiele keuken mee. Ik denk dat iedereen hier rondloopt met een bepaalde gedrevenheid, een bepaalde motivatie. En we spreken hier heel veel het woord liefde uit. En ik denk dat dat essentieel is om iedereen hier zijn plekje te geven. Ik denk dat voor de studenten dat een eye-opener kan zijn op verschillende vlakken. Maar ook zij kunnen dan weer de vrijwilligers in bepaalde opzichten een eye-opener geven. En zo versterken we elkaar eigenlijk dag in dag uit.
Y sin duda alguna no puedo estar más agradecida. He aprendido la importancia que tenemos como estudiantes a la hora de aportar cosas a la sociedad. Allí me di cuenta que tengo que trabajar con el resto de mis compañeras para lograr un fin común, que en este caso eran los colegios a los que íbamos a entregar los materiales. Además, era muy importante trabajar en equipo con ellos y con toda la comunidad en general, porque si no, no salía adelante. A día de hoy estoy trabajando en un colegio y tengo muchísimas ganas de empezar algún proyecto con mis alumnos.
Cuando se trabaja conjuntamente con la universidad, apoyando lo que es parte técnica, capacitación, en la comunidad, donde se aprende, también se practica para mejorar la situación de la vida de las familias, de las comunidades.
Our second panel discussion will be presided over by Dr. Maria Paquita Diongon-Bonet. She is an associate professor and the chairperson of the Department of Management and Organization at the College of Business in Salle University, Philippines. Dr. Keith is also a regional trainer for Uniservitate Service-Learning Hub for Asia and Oceania, housed at the DLSU, one among the 7 hubs all over the world. This service learning hubs trains administrators, faculty, and students on the institutionalization and development of service learning and in universities and colleges across Asia and Oceania. Recently, she received the Distinguished Service Award from the Catholic Bishops' Conference of the Philippines Episcopal Commission on the Prison Ministry for her unqualified advocacy, service, and dedication to the persons deprived of liberty. I now give the floor to Dr. Maria Paquita Diongon-Bonet. Let's welcome her with a cheerful clap.
Thank you, Candice. Magandang hapon sa inyong lahat. That's in Filipino. Good afternoon, everyone. Mabuhay. Mabuhay is a greeting when we welcome our friends all over the world. Okay, so this afternoon is very exciting because we have a plenary session from all over the world. Okay, so we have someone who's going to discuss with us from the United States their experience. We also have someone from Portugal. We are from the Philippines, and our reactor will be coming from Germany. See, we are global. Service learning is really global. And thank you for Uniservitate. All right, so let's situate ourselves very well in this session. So you have seen earlier the effects, of service learning experience to our students. And I can attest that these are really what our students are getting when they dwell into service learning. One of the things that I asked my students, for example, will be, I don't know how to teach you freedom. The unfree will teach you that. That's exactly what that made them think and reflect, yeah, that's true. We cannot really teach because that's just at the psychological and you cannot see this, but it can be felt. And so the students deep dive into the prison ministry. Right? So without much ado, I would like to call in our panelists here who are present. So may I ask, first, we have Dr. Luisa Mota-Ribeiro. Please come up stage. Let's give her a round of applause. We also have already Mrs. Corazon Salvador, yes, from the Philippines. And may I ask also our reactor, Dr. Maria Müller from Germany. Yes. Not yet a doctor to be. All right, it doesn't really matter. All right. Do you agree? Yeah, in service learning, there is no doctor or whatever, right? We are all persons in love with the church, with the work, with the poor, with the least, the last, and the lost, right? Yes. Very good. Okay. So we have the first speaker who is not on stage. He will be online, but we have our first speaker, Dr. Howard Rosing. He's the Executive Director of STEAM Center, ABCD Institute, DePaul University, Chicago, USA. Dr. DePaul is oversees the work of academic service learning and the EGAN Office for Urban Education and Community Partnership, and supports DePaul's partnership with Asset-Based Community Development Institute. He works with faculty to develop scholarship on service learning and community-based research, and serves as a faculty member in community service studies and affiliate faculty member in geography, sustainable urban development, and community psychology. He is also a cultural anthropologist whose research focuses on sustainable food systems development, urban food access, economic restructuring, and food justice movements in Chicago and the Dominican Republic. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Dr. Howard Rosing from the United States.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Howard Rosing, and I'm at DePaul University, the Irwin W. Stein Center for Community-Based Service Learning and Community Service Studies. And my presentation is Building Partnerships for Critical Community Engagement. I begin by discussing the concept of critical community engagement. What are we talking about when we say community? Who is the community? I think this is an important question to continuously ask and to continuously define as we describe working with communities. For the purposes of this presentation, we will be thinking through the lens of place and social movements. Community defined as place has to do with engagement with neighborhood associations, community-based organizations such as grassroots NGOs, schools, teachers, administrators, parents, and other organizations that operate and engage in communities where we work. Place-based contexts. Social movements, for the purposes of this presentation, refers to organizations that support different forms of social justice, such as economic justice, educational equity, anti-racism, gender justice, migrant justice, farmer justice, and so forth. I would like to present to you the idea of partnership building through the lens of asset-based community development, especially in reflection on working in place-based partnerships. However, it can be applied also to the social movements as well. To begin with, we ask the question, how are we entering communities from our higher education institutions? What is our approach? What is our framework for entering those communities? What is our language that we use? What narratives do we create in describing our relationships to potential partners in communities? Do we as institutions come in using a deficit language, presuming that problems exist and nobody else is working on them? Or are we coming in through a strengths-based approach that views the assets of the community as the starting place? We can enter communities and think of people and communities as deficient and needy, or we can look at the glass half full. Do we enter community looking for how people and communities are already working on issues, already using their assets, building their capacities? The asset-based community development framework involves engaging in asset mapping. The asset mapping approach takes a position of centering the gifts and talents of individuals in communities, the people we meet with in neighborhoods who are the leaders among youth, artists, people who are struggling with disabilities, or older adults, and so forth. We find leaders in all of these spaces who are all thinking about and oftentimes working on community development issues in their particular areas. We then move on to think about how those individuals, leaders in their communities, link up with other leaders, link up with their local populations to create local associations, groups that meet throughout neighborhoods and villages across the world who are working on projects, working on initiatives to create positive change. Engaging with these associations allows us to understand who's working on issues at the ground level, oftentimes with very little resources, and what kinds of ways can we as institutions help support their initiatives and building on their capacities. That leads to the third asset mapped, which is local institutions, such as schools, churches, and other houses of worship, businesses, parks, hospitals, colleges and universities, and so forth. The asset-based framework for community engagement and community partnership building begins with creating a capacity inventory. It centers, as discussed earlier, understanding the individuals and their gifts, skills, and capacities, the associations that those individuals in places create, and how they're already working on issues or can be organized and connected to work on issues in their communities. And then, as discussed earlier, how institutions can support those initiatives, such as universities and colleges. Building a capacity inventory, however, involves looking at other assets in the community, in particular, the local economy, physical assets. Lastly, the sixth asset, perhaps the most important one, is to think through and understand the culture and stories of the communities where we work. How are we truly and authentically going to build partnerships without understanding what's meaningful to the populations that we work with? These 6 community assets that lie at the foundation of building partnerships focus on what people are already doing. How does this then inform what we mean by critical community engagement? First of all, as institutions in the asset-based community development model, we need to take a step back and understand how institutions, not just universities, but government and other large institutions, have often done harm through policies and direct actions that have created many of the inequalities and forms of oppression that exist across the earth. So are we beginning with a self-analysis, an institutional self-analysis, understanding complicity of community engagement work with government austerity measures, for example, especially cost cutting in the social and human service sector, is one way to begin. We are working oftentimes through the lens of volunteerism and community service in spaces where oftentimes governments have withdrawn and retracted public funding from social programs, education, and other forms of community development, while at the same time promoting volunteerism, community service, including service learning. These are questions to debate and discuss with students. How are universities and colleges complicit in marginalization processes? At DePaul, there's a common phrase, "What are you doing for justice?" As you can see, it is at the bottom of this statue of Monsignor John J. Egan. Monsignor Egan was a social activist priest who worked at DePaul University for many years and supported a number of issues across the Chicago region. How are we engaging our students in building the capacity of those in our communities that are seeking to create social change? In 2008, Professor Tania Mitchell introduced the concept of critical service learning, which focused mostly on student development and student orientation. It can also be utilized and employed for understanding how to build critical service learning partnerships. As Mitchell noted, community-based service learning provides students with the opportunity to change their own lives, to reframe how they see themselves and their identities, particularly their privileged ones. They come to reconstruct their identities, challenge their assumptions, and reframe what the distribution of power means, both for them and for those with whom they work for social justice. How are we creating partnerships that guide our students towards understanding the reframing and distribution of power and work for social justice? Our social change work in communities is political. It's embedded in a political context, in an historical trajectory that we are a part of. Who are we partnering with? We select those partners. We engage with them and ask for their permission to work with us. Those are decisions we make. The types of partnerships we engage with are political decisions. That means we need to understand What types of social issues are we open to engaging with our students? What types of issues are we limited to discussing? The asset-based community development approach and critical community engagement influence how we think of community engagement at DePaul University. We offer 4 guidelines for our faculty, staff, and community students and community partners. These guiding principles for community engagement at DePaul are principle of respect for individuals, communities, and their resources. Second guideline is the principle of reciprocity. The third guideline, the principle of engagement for social justice, already referred to through our critical community engagement approach, addresses the question of how communities are impacted by larger systems of power. The fourth guideline, the principle of transformative education, stands at the center of our Vincentian approach and mission. I will now proceed with explaining some of the ways that we engage our students in the mission work through service learning and community engagement. I will do so from the perspective of how we build partnerships to support those forms of learning. For example, we have a number of food justice partnerships across the city. These students in the photo are engaged in bagging food, rescued from across the city. This may seem like a very nice, charitable sort of work. However, the organization they're working with is not your typical charity. The organization is non-hierarchical. They have no formal association or no formal nonprofit status in the United States. They are an association of 37 mutual aid groups who've come together from across Chicago neighborhoods to rescue food that otherwise would go to landfills. They came together, brought their resources together, reached out and got support for more resources, created 2 large warehouses with cold storage, and called on people across their communities to come together to rescue food throughout the week that is then aggregated in these warehouses and redistributed on the weekends. Here you see DePaul students engaged in supporting what neighbors and community members are doing themselves. This organization has a certain political perspective that says the food system itself is flawed. The food system needs to be redeveloped. The amount of surplus food that they're able to capture, which is only a small percent of the food that goes to waste, which is approximately 40% of the food in the United States, illuminates how the food system is flawed and broken. These students then are engaged in classroom settings where they discuss what must be done to address that flaw. Who are the people in the community working on those food justice initiatives? The example I provided is just one of dozens of organizations that we engage in for food justice partnerships. How do we begin to document the social change that we're supporting through such community partnerships? Does the university track its partnerships to determine its contribution to the well-being of displaced populations, for example? Does the university track its partnerships that build capacity for food justice initiatives? These are questions that we are currently asking. How do we track and document our social change work in communities? Can we be honest, for example, about the extent to which our own institutional practices in communities have been and continue to be hegemonic? How have our own policies and practices at universities done harm? How do we ensure that our community partnerships are not ahistorical, are not apolitical, and detached from current social, economic, and political issues? I end by asking, how can we evaluate our community partnerships for social change? Stoker and Treon wrote a book called Liberating Service-Learning and the Rest of Higher Education Civic Engagement. And in that book, they asked, are we systematically listening to community partners' concerns with our work? Thank you, and I look forward to engaging with you in the conference.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rosing. That was a defining moment with questions, a lot of questions for reflection. The question on our intent, understanding, language, and framework we use in partnering with our communities. It's something that that struck me personally too. No? And how do we track our own social engagement for social change? Thank you so much again. Let's give him a round of applause again, Dr. Howard. Our next speaker is Dr. Luisa Mota Ribeiro. She is the coordinator of CAPS Project, Service Learning in UCP, Director of Research Center for Human Development, Universidade Católica Portuguesa. She is also the assistant professor in the same university, Faculty of Education and Psychology. She is responsible for the CAPS Project, Catholic University and Service Learning, Innovation and Social Responsibility, which is being developed in the 4 campuses of UCP and aims to stimulate pedagogical innovation and social responsibility in higher education. She has dynamized several experiences using service learning, presented oral communications in international conferences, and published papers on service learning. She is the director of the Research Center for Human Development. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Dr. Luisa Mota Ribeiro.
Okay, is it working? Okay. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here and to share the work we've been done in our university and learn, and I'm very grateful for being here. And I would like to reinforce that because it's an honor and a privilege to be here, learning, sharing, listening, and always also sharing what we've been done. So the title of my communication is and is excellent about this presentation before, because many questions that we feel that we ask ourselves in our work were already presented here. So it's very stimulating for me also. So the title is Community Partnerships in Service Learning, the Power of Unlearning Together, because I believe that we need to unlearn some ideas that we have about working in the community, with the community, and the presentation before touched many aspects that I believe that are important. So this is a joint path, unlearning to give space to learn new things about working with the community. I hope this is working, yes? Okay, yeah. So in our university, our commitment in our strategic development plan, it's to joint, I was looking for this slide, sorry. Social responsibility and sustainability are main drivers in our strategic development plan, and service learning is considered a strategic initiative in our quality plan that we designed for 2021 to 2025. And we have this main goal of, until 2025, provide at least 2 courses on bachelor's, undergraduate, and 1 course in master's with service learning. So we have this main goal, and we are working since 2020 to achieve this goal. And I will share some information about our project before, and then I will share some data that we have collected with our community partners, and I will finish with some questions that we ask ourselves about what we need to unlearn and to learn about community partnerships. So I would like to mention one aspect that for me it's very, very important. In our project, we have a national project in our university, because in Portugal we only have 1 Catholic university, but with 4 campuses. Each of them has its own culture, and we share a common vision, but the realities are different in some aspects. And I am coordinating this project with Carmo, and I would like to enforce this idea, because sometimes in some universities we see a teacher, a professor coordinating some professional of the faculty, and sometimes we see some coordinators of the volunteering, and here we share this coordination. And I think this is a very important aspect, because it represents service learning. So we say that I represent learning and Carmo represents service. So working together, because Carmo is responsible for the unity, for the integral development of the person in our university. So we work together, and this is a main aspect for me. So we have 4 campuses in our country, in Portugal, with 17 teaching units, 12,000 undergraduate, masters and PhD students, and 1,000 faculty, more or less. So our main project is to implement and disseminate the service learning methodology in our university, and also in other higher education institutions in our country, and that is happening. Some other institutions are inviting us to give training, to share our experience with their teachers. And we have these main activities. So we created a project coordination. We design, implement, and evaluate service learning courses and projects in our university. We are doing this path of institutionalized service learning in our university. We have been doing research and also disseminate service learning to other higher education institutions. So about our national team, we have 2 people from each campus, and with our vice rector present also, and we have then 4 elements that we see in the bottom: Elena, Joana, Marta, and Francisca, that help us with research, and also the colleagues from the quality system of our university are members of this national team that is coordinating all this initiative of service learning in our university. When we designed our projects, CAPS project, we decided to implement 3 types of service learning, 3 modalities of service learning. So modality 1, we call it like this, is our, it's the most present in our reality. So the service learning in our courses, in our regular courses, most of them mandatory. And also in some extracurricular activities. Then we aimed, and we are doing that also, to design and to implement transversal and interdisciplinary curricular units or courses, and also an international and interdisciplinary service learning experience. In this case, we didn't design a new experience, service learning experience. We have been redesigning the international experience that we already were doing, adding the reflection components and the articulation with the academic objectives so that it can be considered service learning. Just to share with you, we are now in our 6th semester of implementation of service learning. So in the last 5 semesters, we count with a total of 83 service learning experiences, involving 93 courses, because some of the experiences involve different courses, and 19 extracurricular activities, 7 transdisciplinary projects involving students from different courses, different programs, and with 1,866 students, 61 teachers, some of them implementing in different years, and 164 partners involved, some of them foreign partners, and our estimation of final beneficiaries is of 41,249. So we at this moment, we are involving 12 faculties of 17 that we have. And we began in 2020, and we are involving 22 programs. And some of the service learning projects, 4 of them were implemented the 5 semesters, so they are projects that are, all the semesters are being implemented. But we can see, for example, that 21 of the projects had 1 implementation only. So this is a question that concerns us, because we ask if the implementation of our project is sustainable, because some teachers implement once and don't repeat. So this is a worry for us. We had an honorable mention in the Uniservitate award, and I would like to share with you some of our outputs. We had an article about the process of institutionalization of service learning. We've published a paper about service learning experience focused on sustainable development goals that we can share with you. And here we have Professor Robert Pringle from Indiana University, is our external evaluator, and Professor Pilar Aramburu-Zabala from Universidad Autónoma de Madrid. She is our external consultant, and so they are working with us. And we are now with a paper about life purpose of the students, because 70% of our students say that their purpose in life has changed after participating in service learning. So it's their perception, but it's a very important information for us. And we've been working also with other institutions in Portugal that work in service learning. So when we think about the community partnerships in service learning, we've been reflecting about this. How can we become true co-educators? Because we know by the definition of service learning that all of us should be co-educators, not only the teacher, but all of us, the community partners should be also co-educators, and everyone focus on working together. So how to work in a true partnerships, and how to unlearn the assistantialist mindset and reinforce a more horizontal way of relating and of working. And when we see, we collected data, thank you, we collected data with the teachers and students and community partners. So in the bottom we can see the data that we collected, in this case, in some of the semesters. Now we are collecting with other instruments and other dimensions. And I would like to share with you some of the results that we have in the first phase. Participated, in this case, 16 community partners, and most of them had not participated in service learning before. It was their first time participating in service learning. We are now analyzing the other data of the other semesters, and we have the proportion inverted. So many of them have participated, and some of them are beginning this participation in service learning. And some of the data that we selected, for example, when we asked them some aspects to improve in the project where they participated in service learning, we can see, for example, make the processes participatory and collaborative. So we can see that there is this awareness about the importance of working in this mindset. For example, perform a joint evaluation involving students, teachers, and the entities, the community partners. We can see some signs that even in the discourse of our community partners, they refer the importance of participatory processes and of involving everyone. But for us, we feel that it's not enough. We feel that we have a long way to do in this aspect of building a true partnership. Another information that we have here, and in this case we have just for the community partner, for about the final beneficiaries and the students. Now we have also the teachers. In this case, we had that information. So we asked the community partners, so these are the perceptions of the community partners about the involvement of the community partners, of the final beneficiaries, and of the students in the project planning, the development of the activities, and the project evaluation. And and we can see, and we have the perceptions of the students, of the teachers, of the community partners, for everyone. And it's very interesting to see, for example, the involvement of the final beneficiaries is very low. This is the perception of the responsible in the institution, right? And now we are working in developing ways of collecting the perceptions of the final beneficiaries, and we are designing a study collecting verbal data and non-verbal data with drawings, for example, and we saw in the presentation before an example of a map of the community. So we will do a research project collecting the representations of the community involving the final beneficiaries and comparing before service learning project and in the end. So if anyone would like to participate, is very welcome. And for example, when we ask for the motivation to participate in this project of service learning, we can see, for example, networking and partnership. So we have some indicators of these. For example, when we ask for comments and suggestions, we have the importance of learning and co-learning, and valuing institutional partnerships. And that figure represents the percentage of community partners that intend to participate again in service learning, and all of them said yes. So we can see that there are indicators of these perspectives of participation and horizontal collaboration, but we feel, and if we see, for example, this model presented by Bringle, Clayton, and Price, we can see that there is a long way, and we, in our university, we feel the need to deepen our knowledge about community partnerships, because we have a very good relationship with many partners, because we have a long tradition working together, but we feel that sometimes we are more focused, for example, in communication, and okay, that's very important, but it's not enough. So, and this, if we want to go to transformational relationship and partnership, we need to do a path with training, with reflection, with our teachers and with our community partners. And for example, we see in this image, we see partnerships characterized by closeness, equity, and integrity. So, how can we develop closeness and equity and integrity in the relationship with the community partners? How can we achieve these transformational partnerships? And in our case, we are now looking deeply to this aspect, these dimensions of the relationship with the community partners, because we feel we need to improve the quality of the way we work with our community partners. So we need to reflect about this. We need to deepen our knowledge of some models, for example, the presentation before, or some tools. For example, Professor Robert Pringle is developing a tool for analyzing the relationship with the community. And we need to work with the teachers, not only about the quality of the experience, the experiences that the students live in the classroom and in the community, but also reflect and learn about this kind of relationship with our community partners. And this leads us to a very important aspect that we are dealing with. It's about the recognition of teachers, for example, because they tell us, oh, but I don't have time to do that. How can we build a relationship based in trust, in sharing knowledge, sharing perspectives? I don't have time to go and to be with the community partners with so many hours. So this is a critical aspect for us. We have been working on this with our rectoral team, because we are working with the enthusiasts, the teachers that are enthusiastic implementing service learning. But it's not enough. And we saw that more than 20 of our experiences in service learning were done once. So sometimes we lose teachers that like to implement and are motivated, but they say, I don't have time to do this. So the recognition, the support, now we have a Catholic Learning Innovation Lab that is supporting all this methodology. So we have it integrated in an innovation lab in our, that is very recent. It began 2 years ago, but it's not enough. So we are looking for ways of deepen our knowledge and improve and to unlearn this vision of placing students. It's not the idea. Working together, and we have partners with very good potential, and they are looking for work with different areas. We have some partners, community partners, that work with psychology students and teachers, or management, or arts, or tourism, for example. So we have very good conditions to develop our work. So thank you so much, and it will be a pleasure to go on sharing and learning with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Riviero. You know, the power of unlearning together to give way or space in learning in the community. That's a very powerful statement, no? And she was saying about social responsibility and sustainability as a part of strategic plan. It is not just coming from anywhere, but it should be intently done from the top, no, of the organization in terms of institutionalization. So we also are asked to share the importance of research, collecting data, documenting the process, and publishing your work in journals so that many other people can learn from the experience, and focus also on the importance of the process that is participatory in all phases of institutionalizing service learning. Thank you very much again. Let's give Dr. Riviero a round of applause. Moving on, we have the next presenter online. We have Ms. Chantal Joanette Valderrama. She's now virtual. She's the director of the Center for Teacher Development, Pontificia Universidad Católica de Chile. She's a psychologist from the Universidad de la Frontera and Master in Educational Policy from the Alberto Hurtado University in Chile. She was a coordinator of the Christian Humanist Training Curriculum at the Catholic University of Timoco between many years. No? She's also the Deputy Director of the UC Teaching Development Center in 2012 to 2019. Since 2020, she has been Director of the Center, leading the implementation of online undergraduate and master's classes, in addition to the training of university professors. She's a national leader of the service learning methodology, implementing workshops and giving conferences for educational institutions in Chile, Latin America, and Europe. He also advises different educational institutions, a member of the National Service Learning Network, and the Academy of Community Engagement Scholarship, has presented at national and international methodology seminars, and has published in some education magazines. The presentation, Ms. Chantal will present in Spanish and will be interpreted by not, my dear Maria Rosa. Please come up stage for the interpretation. Thank you so much for that. This is new, all right? So let's give a round of applause to Maria Rosa. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to present to you Ms. Chantal Joanette Valderrama from Chile.
Yes, we can hear you, Chantal. Podemos escucharte. She's saying hello, good morning, good afternoon from Chile. Now I will share with you my presentation that was specially prepared for you. Okay. Okay, the title of my presentation is To Challenge You. It's like in a movie, the key actor or the secondary actor, the community partner in service learning. What I want to share with you is the path that we have developed with the Catholic University of Chile from 2004 till now. and how the community partner is a key actor in the development of service learning. What I want to share with you is that the university is 135 years old. We have 35,000 students, 3,700 professors, and 4 campuses. The service learning program was born in the year 2004, and now it has been already institutionalized. And something that is really important for us, that we are the Latin American hub for the Uniservitate program. In the next slide, you will see how we have been working, how we have been growing along the time. Next slide, please. Oh, okay.
No, I don't know.
Okay. Here you can see how much we have been growing with the number of students committed, the faculties, and the courses integrating service learning.
Y además, lo que viene, podemos ver que hay, ese es un clic, más de 200 partnerships in our program.
Okay.
Les quiero contar una historia para partir.
I want to tell you a story to share, to start.
Estaba en el campo un pastor con sus ovejas.
There was a shepherd with their sheep in the countryside.
Llega un joven en un auto último modelo.
And
Baja del coche y saluda al pastor.
then a young guy comes with a car and stops there, gets out of the car, and cheers the shepherd.
Y le dice si es el dueño de las ovejas, y el pastor responde que sí, y le dijo que iba a adivinar el número de ovejas.
Then he asked the shepherd if he was the owner of the sheep. He said yes. So this young man said that he will guess the number of sheep that he had.
El pastor le dice que son muchas, pero él, como muy socarronamente, le dice que si él adivina, el pastor le tiene que regalar una oveja.
The shepherd said, well, they are too many. And the man said, I will guess the number. And if I say the right number, you will give me one sheep.
El pastor le dijo que sí. El joven sacó un computador último modelo, se conectó, activó su GPS, se conectó a su internet y fue ahí, así.
So the young man took out his computer, he connected to his GPS, he connected to the internet, and
Descargó imágenes, buscó un programa de visión artificial para ver los parámetros, el campo.
so he opened an artificial intelligence application to have a map and have the parameters with the space and the ships.
Vio cuánta era la distancia entre las ovejas, las sombras que hacían entre ellas para validar los datos.
Which was the distance between the ships and the shades to guess the distance among them and to have all the necessary information.
Y tras distintos cálculos, se demoró 10 minutos su programa en tomar los datos y dijo.
And in 10 minutes, the application made all the calculation and said,
El rebaño tiene 1.415 ovejas, ni más ni una menos.
so you have 1,415 sheep, no one more or less than that.
El pastor lo miró sorprendido, indicando que sacara la oveja ya que habían 1.415 ovejas.
So the shepherd was really surprised because he was right, there was 1,415 sheep.
Y el pastor le dice, si yo adivino su profesión, ¿me devuelve la oveja?
And so the shepherd said, and what about if I guess your profession? Will you give me my sheep back?
El pastor le dijo, usted es un consultor.
And the shepherd said, you are a consultant.
¿Por qué le dijo el joven?
Why?
El pastor contestó, primero, usted ha venido sin que nadie le necesite y lo llame.
So the shepherd told, I could guess that you are a consultant because first you came without no one asking you to come. We don't needed you.
Ha venido a decirme lo que yo ya sabía.
Then you came to tell me what I already knew.
Y tercero, usted viene a planificar de algo que no tiene idea.
And the third reason is because you came to explain me something that you would have no idea about.
Ahora, si es tan amable, me devuelve el perro que usted creía que era una oveja.
So to finish, the shepherd told, now you will give me back my dog that is not a sheep.
Bueno, quería partir con esta historia para poner en el lugar que nuestros profesores, nuestros estudiantes y nosotros como instituciones de educación superior no somos consultores.
I wanted to share this situation with you to represent that being professors, students, or institutions, we are not consultings.
Somos un actor dentro de este proceso de aprendizaje y servicio.
We are just an actor between this service learning process.
Vamos a pasar a la otra slide. Y en ese sentido, nuestra institución, y es lo que yo voy a contar hoy día,
So in this sense, within the institution, and this is what I want to share with you today,
en la definición de aprendizaje y servicio, el socio comunitario es un actor relevante.
so in our definition of service learning, community partners are the key partners in the project.
Esperando que entre estos tres actores siempre se puedan validar los conocimientos del otro.
Hoping that among these three actors, the knowledge could always be validated among them.
Dándose una reciprocidad de saberes.
With a reciprocity of knowledge.
Para eso nosotros tenemos una definición de lo que es un socio comunitario.
For that reason, we have a definition of what it's for us a community partner.
Después, la otra slide. En nuestro modelo, el socio comunitario
In our model,
es una parte... Perdón, dale, María. En nuestro modelo, el socio comunitario es una parte activa de la sociedad de aprendizaje y servicio.
In our service learning model, the community partner is an active component in the service learning process.
Con el que se promueven acuerdos horizontales, buscando aprendizaje mutuo y participando en la definición y evaluación del servicio.
Where we promote horizontal participation with reciprocal learning and... ¿Y lo último que dijiste?
Y evaluación.
And also participating in the evaluation of the project.
Sí. Y ellos tienen que presentar un desafío real, consensuar el proyecto, ser parte del proceso de formación, evaluar y participar en espacios de reflexión.
So they are the ones who have to present their problem, to agree with the solution, to participate in the training, in the evaluation, and in the reflection.
Sí. La otra slide. Aquí podemos ver, y esto es muy resumido,
And very shortly, here you can see
una línea de tiempo de cómo ha sido parte el socio comunitario en nuestro proceso.
Here you can see a timeline on how we have been working with the community partners in our institutional process.
Muy interesante para hacer esta presentación, revisando las planificaciones del año 2004, ya había una línea central del socio comunitario en nuestro programa.
This was very interesting because we reviewed the planification of 2004, where we could already see a line for the community partner in the design of the project.
Cuando creamos manuales, hay una guía especial que sea para que aprendan de socios comunitarios y una guía especial para los socios comunitarios.
When we created a manual, there was a special guide on how to work with the community partner, and another one specially for the community partner.
Ya el año 2008 estábamos haciendo algunas investigaciones con socios comunitarios.
In 2008, we were already doing research with the community partners.
Luego empezamos a profundizar nuestra mirada como modelo, y en el modelo de incorporación en una asignatura e institucionalización tienen su rol fundamental y está definido.
Then we start deepening the participation of the community partners, and already in the implementation of the service learning projects within a course, there was a special role for community partners.
Muy interesante, la pandemia nos hace crear un protocolo ético por algún tipo de situaciones que podríamos vivir con los socios comunitarios.
It was very interesting during pandemic how we even develop an ethical protocol on how to interact with community partners.
Y todo esto hoy ha llevado a crear un modelo de vinculación con el socio comunitario que está escrito y que fue levantado con las comunidades y con toda la historia del programa.
We could even create a model or how to work with community partners that was written and also used by the different organizations or the community partners we are working with.
La próxima slide, new slide, please. Toda esta línea de tiempo muestra nuestros últimos resultados. Tenemos más, pero quiero solo mostrar estos.
All this timeline that we have just seen is showing all the results that you can see here, well, most of the results you can see here in this graphic.
Cuando analizamos respuestas de socios comunitarios entre los años 2019 y 2022, con y sin pandemia.
When we analyze the response of the community partners between 2019 and 2022, with pandemics in the middle,
no existen diferencias en la percepción del socio comunitario.
There are no differences between the perception of the community partner.
De hecho, el punto más alto es la relación de respeto y cordialidad entre los estudiantes con el socio comunitario.
In fact, the higher point is the respectful and cordial relation with the community partner, from the students with the community partners.
Entre los resultados hay una valoración positiva de la experiencia por parte de los socios, especialmente de la calidad del trabajo colaborativo.
Among the responses, there was a positive response from the community partners, mainly regarding the quality of the work developed.
entre profesores, estudiantes y socios comunitarios.
Among faculty, students, and community partners.
New slide. Esto también muestra que los socios comunitarios consideran que el proyecto de servicio tenía objetivos compartidos por todos los actores.
In this slide, we can see that how the objectives were shared by all the partners in the project.
Entre los elementos positivos que ellos destacan, Entre los elementos positivos que destacan,
among the positive components that they highlight,
compromiso con el proyecto de servicio de los estudiantes, disposición del estudiantado al trabajo colaborativo,
the commitment on the project, the participation of the students in the collaborative activities,
cercanía entre los actores, empatía del estudiante con la comunidad,
closeness, proximity, well, the working together with, between the different partners, empathy with the community.
Y algo por mejorar.
And something to improve.
Una intervención por más tiempo.
A long-term intervention, participation for longer times.
Por lo tanto, los resultados siempre pueden ser mejor, pero son positivos y creemos que estos responden a tener modelos de trabajo con los socios comunitarios.
So the results are positive, they can become even better, mainly to develop models of working with the community partners.
Próxima. Y esto se ve en este modelo, que es el modelo de vinculación con un socio comunitario.
And you can see this in this model of articulation with community partners.
Y en este modelo se ve el trabajo o la participación del socio antes del servicio, durante el servicio y después del servicio.
And here you can see the work, the participation of the community partner before the service, during the service, and after the service.
Y cómo aquí hay un intercambio de saberes y cómo se puede lograr vincular y continuar, cómo hay un intercambio de saberes y cómo existe la comunicación constante.
And here you can see how there is an exchange of knowledge and a permanent communication.
Este modelo fue construido.
This model was built.
Desarrollando cuestionarios con los socios comunitarios, guías, material teórico.
This was built doing interviews, questionnaires, and what did you say, the final one? Okay. And developing materials?
¿Ya? Y, y quedamos entonces en que todo esto se establece una relación docente-socio-estudiante con un acuerdo bidireccional basado en diálogos horizontales.
So all this process develop a relation between faculty, students, community partners, developing horizontal agreements and developing a permanent communication.
Next slide. Y solo para ejemplificar, nosotros no trabajamos con empresas privadas.
And just to give you some examples, we don't work with private companies.
Nuestros socios comunitarios pueden ser socios territoriales, gobiernos locales o de la sociedad civil.
So our community partners can be territorial partners, local governments, or NGOs of the civic society.
Y aquí hay 3 ejemplos que ustedes pues podrán revisar. para conocer estos socios comunitarios.
Here you can see 3 different examples that if you're interested, you can then search for more information about them.
Estos socios, por ejemplo, estuvieron en capacitación hace 2 semanas en nuestra universidad.
These partners, for instance, were at the university receiving training for 2 weeks ago.
Con uno de estos socios hicimos nuestro seminario anual el año pasado en su territorio.
With one of them, we organized our annual conference in their region, in their community.
Y en el seminario de este año haremos 3 visitas a comunidades en nuestro seminario.
And during this year's conference, we will be doing 3 visits to their communities.
La nueva, última slide, next slide. Todo esto nos lleva a repensar y cuestionarnos constantemente.
All this leads us to keep questioning ourselves.
Que el socio comunitario sea un actor principal en aprendizaje y servicio.
That the community partner should be a key actor in the service learning projects.
Para eso necesitamos hacer una formación continua de todos los actores, incluido el socio.
For that, we need to do permanent training for the community partner to become a key actor.
Y así potenciar el rol formador del socio comunitario.
In that way, we will strengthen their role as the role of the community partner.
También promover instancias de colaboración entre los socios comunitarios.
Also to promote different situations of collaboration among the community partners.
Hemos elaborado, y ahí con mucho trabajo, pero también con el apoyo de Uniservitate,
We have also developed, and mainly with the Uniservitate support,
una plataforma llamada Match, para que las necesidades de la comunidad hagan match con los desafíos de las instituciones de educación.
We have developed a platform called Match to address, excuse me.
Match?
Yes, to identify the needs of the community, to be able to link easily with the opportunities that can bring from the university.
Y como el socio comunitario siempre ha sido un actor relevante y queremos profundizar siempre en mayor participación, es importante continuar con el foco en la relación y aumentar los vínculos a largo plazo.
So as the community partner has also, he has also been key for us, and we want to increase that participation. We really want to keep that, that bond working together, that relation to working together.
Next slide. Por eso yo quiero quedarme con esta frase. La reciprocidad implica que la comunidad no es un laboratorio de aprendizaje y que el aprendizaje-servicio debería diseñarse con la comunidad para hacer frente a las necesidades identificadas por la misma comunidad y así no ser un consultor.
That's why I want to finish with this quote, that reciprocity implies that the community is not a learning lab, and that service learning should be designed with the community to face the necessities identified by the community and not to be a consultant.
Next slide. Y me despido con esa foto de socios comunitarios y estudiantes del curso de aeróbica y les doy las gracias porque el haber hecho esto nos sigue ayudando a profundizar nuestra relación con los socios comunitarios en nuestra universidad.
And now I finish with this picture where you can see our community partners along with our students, and we thank you for this opportunity because it helps us to keep building this bond with the community partners.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
All right. So just a quick synthesis. It was in Spanish, but I got something. So the Pontifical Catholic University of Chile has multiplied their partner communities over time and centered on the importance of reciprocity, quality of relationships of students, faculty, and institutions with partner communities. They focus also on formation, collaboration, continuous capability training for all parties concerned. Thank you very much, Ms. Chantal and Maria Rosa, for this presentation. Let's give them a round of applause. With your indulgence, we still have two speakers more. Moving on, we have a principal, a special school principal from the Philippine National School for the Blind. She's a trainer of teachers training in teaching learners of visual impairment, trainer in Braille reading and writing, trainer in orientation and mobility, validator and evaluator of learning materials for learners with visual impairment produced by the Department of Education and SDO Pasay. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Ms. Corazon Salvador.
Good afternoon. Is it still afternoon or good evening? Okay, are you still fine? Yes. Can I see your thumbs up if you're still fine? Okay, thank you. All right. So my task is to share with you the output of the Learning Service Program project of the De La Salle College of St. Benil students in the interior design. My topic, the title of my topic is Expanding Knowledge Through Multisensory and Experiential Learning Environment. I want to give you first a background on the school that I administer. The Philippine National School for the Blind, or known as PNSB, was created by the Republic Act 3562 to promote the education and the welfare of the learners with visual impairment. This is a government-funded residential school. So it has a dormitory inside the school. PNSB is an integrated school, meaning we cater from kindergarten up to senior high school, but all of them are visually impaired, both low vision and totally blind. It has also a special program for learners who have multi-disability with visual impairment. We also offer alternative learning system for those learners who are blind who cannot attend the regular classes from Monday to Friday, but can only attend every Saturday, just to expand the accessibility to education to them. The curriculum that we use, of course, is the curriculum under the basic education program, but we have to multiply for the MDVIs. Okay. We have also specialized curriculum skills for the visually impaired learners, meaning the expanded curriculum for the Braille reading and writing, that is the system of writing and reading for the blind, the orientation and mobility to make them independent living, to have with them, to prepare them for independence living, and also the enhancement to the literacy or the technology education for the blind. Now, what is the impact or what is the importance of the partnership between the Philippine National School for the Blind and the Service Learning project of the De La Salle College of St. Benil? So let me first show you the birth of the Learning Resource Center of the school before the improvement or the transformation. So a 64 square space was originally a classroom. that has been repurposed as a learning resource center. So this is the center, or the learning resource center looks like before the application of the service learning project. What are the composition? Of course, we have the customized shelves, the 2 adjoining lifetime tables for their working areas. We have the mono-block chairs. We have the 6-panel fluorescent lamps only, which is not too light, which does not give too much light to those low vision. There is no contrast, actually, just electric fans, curtains to protect them from sunlight, and the vinyl floor. So if you could see, it's just a regular resource learning center for a typical public school. But look, who are the one who are using this? The blind. So do you see any modification on it? There's none. Why? Even as an administrator who is running the school for a visually impaired, there are challenges that really hinders us to improve or to make it accessible to them. So if you could see, materials or equipment are just placed in the different areas, on the areas which are available, and computer access is even in a separate room. So why do we need the partnership? Why is the partnership with the De La Salle St. Benil College very important? Because they bridge the different challenges. And what are they? First, of course, is the budget constraints. We know very well that we have limited funds. Of course, since education for the visually impaired is very expensive, actually. Just for paper alone, if you compare it to the regular paper of the sighted ones, it's very expensive. If the sighted ones paper costs 50 centavos here in the Philippines, for us, one sheet is 8 pesos to 10 pesos. That's how expensive compared to other needs. Keeping resources updated. Of course, that is coinciding with the first problem, the budget constraint. We cannot have enough updated materials because, again, they are not yet transformed or converted into accessible ones. Another is the accessibility and inclusivity. As I've shown you in the room, there is no installed modification that leads to the blind in using independently the resource room. Another is the space constraints, of course, because we do not have the idea on how to arrange. We don't have that capacity to convert a room in an unorganized manner. Maintaining the order and the organization is also one of the challenges before. Adapting to changing educational and technological trends. What we need also is to bring our children be globally competitive. And so, what happens? With the program, with the service learning, with the College of St. Benil, of the De La Salle University, there are already improvement. So we have the improved accessibility on the enhanced navigation system. The construction, or the installation of the wayfinding tactile floor, indicator, and blister paving is already available. So the children can independently travel inside the class, inside the room, can go directly to the area which they want to go, just using their cane and using the tactile floor. Another is also the high contrast hues for changing zone. As I mentioned a while ago, we have also low visions. And low visions for them to explore needs a very good color contrast too. And that was made possible by the project of the service learning. Another is we have the interactive wall that even the MDVIs, those with other handicapping conditions aside from blindness, can also utilize, can also use this equipment, this accessible equipment. And if you notice, the interactive wall is not only with the purpose like for playing or for exploring, but if you will see, there are dots there. Those dots represent the braille cell of the braille system of the blind. Another, the braille labeled and ergonomic furniture. So this time, there is no more problem with the organization of the different learning materials inside. They are already put in order. Another is the accessible computer. How did blind use the computer? There is an audio that helps the learners on how to utilize the computer. There is a system that is installed to the computer, and that in everything that they will encode, they could hear it, so they can explore. And it is now placed inside that 64 square meter room, that before it was in a separate room. So if you will see, you have all the services just in one door, in one room. Of course, there is an increased availability of the different reading materials. The digital integration, because inside there are also now machines which convert those regular print materials into large print so that the low vision can read by themselves. There is also an eyeglass that could be used by the totally blind to help them identify the objects and to read the labels on the shelves. The environment, or the learning environment was enhanced, as you see in the picture. There are assistive technology station inside, and an accessible study space and a reading nook, where the students can have their own space to read, to learn, and to explore. There is also a collaborative area where they could work together with their peers, they could interact one another. And now, let me give you my experience working with the students who did this wonderful project. Despite the challenges posed by the pandemic, their commitments to complete, I think I escaped one. How will I go back to but there is one missing. But anyway, so despite the challenges posed by the pandemic, their commitment to completing the project was palpable. The situation did not prevent them from creating a very promising initiative, because during the onset of the project, it was the pandemic time. The fact that they approached the project not only with their wits and abilities, but also with their hearts. Volumes about their desire to make a positive difference in the education of learners with visual impairment. This cutting-edge learning resource center epitomizes what making a positive difference truly entails. Kudos not only to the students, but also to their professors, staff, and everyone else involved in this remarkable effort. It's evident that this experience left a positive mark on both of us, and I share your hope that there will be more opportunities and programs and projects benefiting learners with special needs in the future. The project's flagship on inclusive design enhance the educational experience of learners with visual challenges at the Philippine National School for the Blind by providing equal access to resources as well as providing a supportive learning environment. So let me leave this from George Day. Inclusion is not bringing people into what already exists. It is making a new space, a better space for everyone. And that is the Service Learning Project is all about. Thank you very much.
Yes. Congratulations and kudos to the students of De La Salle College of St. Benilde for the transformation and accessibility of the blind learners in their Learning Resource Center and their partnership with the Philippine National School for the Blind. Thank you, Ms. Salvador, for sharing this good news. Congratulations too. Moving on, we will have to listen to a reactor. Our reactor is Ms. Maria Miller Pulsfob. She's the project coordinator and online lecturer in JWL, Catholic University of Exat, Ingolstadt. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Maria Miller. Thank you.
So thank you very much. I was truly impressed by all of your presentations, and it brought a lot of very important things to my mind. I would start by the order of the presentations, and I think on Howard Rosing's presentation, it was clear that emphasizing the importance of collaboration and ethics and understanding the complex dynamics of the communities that we need, that we seek to serve. It was interesting and inspiring to hear that his focus on the strength-based approach and the recognition of the community assets is very important in our service learning. And it is especially important to listen to the culture and to the stories of our communities that we're eager to serve. I was impressed by their university slogan, "What are you doing for justice?" As I think that this provides an excellent foundation for our ethical and meaningful partnerships, and his real-world examples illuminated that he could, or the university could really put that in practice. And I would totally agree saying that social change work that we're engaged in is truly political, and we're in charge to critically ask us the questions that he raised in his presentation. And therefore, coming to your presentation, Luisa, that you said, what you said about the power of unlearning, I really like that. Because I think that our responsibility, our social responsibility, is the main goal as well for the universities, and that what we're doing. And I saw your impressive numbers and all your plans, and that you're on a good way and really implementing a lot, and your program is inspiring. And I think you made clear that participation is a very important aspect in your in our all work, and that we really need to deepen our knowledge about our community partners, because it's important to not have them as a secondary person, and now I'm transferring to the next person, because I also think that the community partner should be a more central actor, as it sometimes is. We keep forgetting that we're not just sending people there and don't need to listen, and that was what Chantal made clear in her presentation, that if we emphasize on our community partners more, we get the high satisfaction back from them, and that leads to long-term community partnerships, and that leads to better service learning projects that we can do. And I think that this approach is a model that can inspire also other institutions seeking to engage in meaningful collaborations for service learning. And last but not least, we heard a very meaningful and obviously very good working collaboration from the community partner side. And it was great to see all the things that you have achieved in collaboration with the students and with the university here in the Salle University. So I was really grateful to see all your achievements. And am I right that we are going there to see your school tomorrow? Is that on Friday? Yeah, so I'm really looking forward to see everything in person. So thank you very much. And I think there are a lot of questions, and I won't talk longer. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Maria. It was really very well said. Now, let me check if we have some questions from the Mentimeter or from the online participants. Do we have questions? All right, the chat. So may I ask the panelists a very personal question? Because we're talking about the voice of the youth, right? And exactly the reason why we do service learning, for their formation, right? So my question is, what was the most significant question from the youth that made a dent in your own decision in your career as a faculty in service learning or a service learning formator? Yes, Dr. Luisa?
May I speak? Okay. So when I heard your question, I immediately remember some years ago, a student from a first-year student, she was, we were not implementing service learning as we call it, because now we can see that we were implementing, but we didn't call it service learning. At that time, she was doing community service integrated in the psychology degree. And so she offered to do volunteering. She was a volunteer in an institution helping with food for homeless people. And she was like, she did this question, like, teacher, is that real, that it exists, can I say this? There are really people that don't have food to eat. Sorry for my English, it's not working, but she was like, is that real? That really happens? Because she was an 18 years old student that was impressed seeing the real faces of the people that were receiving food. And I think this is a question that, okay, no judgment about this student, because we could say, sure, there are many people, but no, okay, looking at this student, that she was processing in that moment, she was seeing in another way, she was connecting with that reality, even if she listened to the news and she knows in abstract, but she was like, oh my God, this is happening, and I am seeing, I'm connecting with this. So I think this shows the importance of experience, of experiential learning, of being in the context and contacting directly with people, with real people, connecting. It's a matter of connecting with the other and connecting with myself. What do I feel? Connecting with this reality. So I never forgot this story.
Thank you very much. Is that the reason why you're still in service learning?
Sorry?
Is that the reason why you are still working as a formative?
I'm not sure if it's the reason, but it's one of the situations that I remember that reinforces the importance of promoting real situations, with our students. Because she was studying psychology, and I believe, in this case, is psychology, but it could be another area. I believe that she is now a better psychologist after participating in that case, we didn't call it service learning, but in working with the community and looking to a different reality. And sometimes they say, I was in this neighborhood. This is 500 meters from my home, but I never been there. It was the first adolescent mom that I met in my life. So they are connecting and having contact with new situations. So it's not the reason, but it's a reason that helps me to remember the importance of doing this, even if we need more time and even if, but I believe this makes the difference in their training, their formation, in their learning, and in their life purpose. I believe that is impactful personally and socially and not only academically and technically.
Thank you, Dr. Luisa. Palakpakan natin si Dr. Luisa. Okay, thank you so much. May I hear from Ms. Salvador? What was the question that really had a dent from students?
Okay, from the students. Our learners are blind. I remember when I was still a teacher of them, they asked me a question on what motivates me to teach them and what motivates me to be their best teacher that is according to them. And my answer was, you motivated me because I can see that I can feel the totally fulfillment of my career with you, because whenever you learn the lesson that I teach, because when I was a teacher, I was teaching mathematics. Whenever I see you learn the problem in algebra, I was very contented and I feel the completeness in my career as a teacher.
Thank you very much, ma'am. May we hear from Dr. Rosing? You're still there, sir?
All right. Can you repeat the question, please? Thank you.
All right. My question is, what was the question from your student that made a dent in your personal commitment to service learning or to be a formator of students?
Question from a student. I've had so many questions from students over the years, but I would say one of the most interesting questions that came to me through my own work with students, especially around food justice partnerships, it was a question that was raised about the nature of food waste. That question was directly relevant to our own institutional impact on food waste. I had students out doing service learning projects related to ensuring that there's less food waste and gets rescued or composted in all different ways. And I asked the students to go out and look around campus as a first exercise of the term, and a couple of the students came back in a group actually, and presented their question to me that we didn't need to go off campus, that we had so much surplus food from our campus that we were wasting, that could be rescued, that could be composted, and we didn't have the facilities. And so the students actually approached our facilities operators and started to pressure them and push them to consider ways to reduce waste. And so they surprised me. I've had other questions around issues of equity sort of thrown back in my face from students about our own institutional behavior, which is one of the reasons why I focused on that piece within my presentation.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rosing. May we have questions from Mint Meter? Do we have that? Can you flash it?
Hola.
All right, for Luisa, what do you think needs to happen to your teachers to be able to and want to build higher quality community partnership?
Okay. Also, thank you for the question. I think we need, as I was telling, and I can explain better, I think we need to do this path of unlearning together and learning together about what is a high quality community partnership. So we need to focus on this. We are working together, and we need to put our focus on this. We need to contact with models, tools. We need, for example, as we did the FERCO rubric, seeing how is our institutionalization process, and it was very important for us. So we need to do the same for community partnerships. Where are we in this relationship with community partners? Where do we want to be? So we need to know about the critical dimensions to have a high quality community partnership. We need to learn new knowledge about social justice. And when I talk about when I say we, I'm talking about the teachers, the faculty in the university, and the community partners. So we need to have moments of training sessions and reflection, because we are already working. So it's very good to stop and reflect, how are we working? And we need references, we need tools, models, and I think this is, we feel the need to do this, to learn more about and to apply what the service learning model, for example, critical reflection. So let's reflect about the relationship with the community. Let's talk about the role, like Chantal was saying, the different actors and the role of the actors. So we need to reflect about this and to find time to do this, and we need institutional support from our universities. And I think this is very important. We need institutional support in time, in recognition, so that we can do this work with higher quality.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Luisa. Another question, maybe we can ask Ms. Chantal. How do you facilitate or foster accountability and community partnership, ensuring that the projects are utilized and that the projects are turned over accordingly? Ms. Chantal, are you online?
Sí, aquí estoy.
All right.
Estoy. ¿Me escuchan? Estoy acá. ¿Me escuchan?
Te escuchamos, Chantal, gracias.
Primero quería contar algo muy personal relacionado a la primera pregunta.
First, I wanted to tell you something personal related to the first question.
Yo trabajé en una fundación al sur de Chile que trabajaba con mis primeros años de trabajo fueron en una fundación que trabajaba con personas en pobreza.
First, I used to work many years ago with a foundation that was working in a very poor area.
Y a mí me hacía mucho sentido porque trabajaba con los más pobres de los pobres.
¿Puedes repetir, Chantal?
Me hacía mucho sentido porque trabajaba con los más pobres de los pobres.
It was really meaningful because I was working with the poorest of the poor.
Luego decidí trabajar en una universidad del sur de Chile pequeña con estudiantes que venían en situación de pobreza y tenía sentido.
Then I decided to work in a university that their students were also in a very difficult situation, in a poverty situation, and that made sense also for me.
Pero aquí vino un conflicto en mi vida.
But then I had a conflict in my life.
Cuando decidí trabajar en la Universidad Católica de Chile, la mejor universidad del país y que responde a un gran porcentaje de estudiantes de élite,
When I decided to work at the Catholic University of Chile, that it's one of the elite university and has very wealthy students,
pensé y sentí que estaba traicionando el trabajar con los más pobres de los pobres.
I felt that was traicionar. I was going against the poorest of the poor.
Y ahí fue cuando me di cuenta que el aprendizaje-servicio iba a ayudarlos a formarse distintos a estos estudiantes.
And then I realized that service learning would help these students prepare to deal.
Different.
Will help these students to learn in a very different way.
Y porque ellos iban a ser los dueños de las empresas e iban a diseñar las políticas para superar la pobreza.
Because those who were going to become the CEOs of companies will be able to work to work against poverty.
Por eso hoy para mí el aprendizaje-servicio tiene tanto sentido para mejorar nuestro país y nuestra América Latina.
That's why for me it makes so much sense service learning, how it can help us improve our countries and societies.
Respondiendo a la pregunta de cómo devolvemos a la comunidad los proyectos.
Answering that question, how we give back to the community with the projects.
Más que devolver, la comunidad está inserta en todo el proceso, como yo mostré en el modelo.
No pude escuchar la última parte.
Más que devolver, la comunidad está inserta todo el tiempo.